NATO calling for a no-fly zone. They're a NATO member. They share a border with Russia. How do we view their calls for a no-fly zone?
We disagree with the argument that that would be an effective step, because a no-fly zone, which often people shorthand, essentially means us shooting down Russian planes and them potentially shooting back at us. And I would note that the way that the Ukrainians, again, have effectively pushed back over the last 19 days is by using exactly the type of military assistance we have provided. Go ahead, Kristen.
Thank you, Jen. A couple of questions. Are there discussions about the president meeting with refugees on his trip to Europe?
It's a good question, and obviously we have provided, and he'll talk about this afternoon, historic amounts of humanitarian assistance, a great deal of that focused on helping refugees. There's going to be more in this package, but we don't have additional details beyond what I just announced at the top of the briefing.
Okay, to follow up on Weeja's question quickly, Russia sanctioning various top officials here, I understand you're dismissing it. However, does the president see that as an escalation of any kind?
Again, I think we are confident that if we need to have continued, and we will need to have direct and indirect conversations with Russia, we will have the ability to do that. But it's related to, and I don't have anything official aside from the reports. I don't know how their sanctioning process works. I only know how our sanctioning process works. But it relates to the impact typically on bank accounts or travel that's not diplomatic.
I want to ask you again about the conversation about sending these MiGs. Former ambassador to Ukraine, Maria Ivanovich, has been quite outspoken recently, and she said we need to mitigate risk, but it's also true that not taking greater action comes with a risk as well, because Putin is a bully and he only understands strength. Is the president showing enough strength against Putin?
The president has rallied the global community to put in place a greater set of financial sanctions package than has ever been done for any economy in the world. It wouldn't have happened without his action. I just outlined for you at the top, which I think it's important to note, the crippling impact this has had on the economy. They are where they are at this point in time. I think we all have seen reports, and we have confirmed many of them, that they did not expect it to take this long. They did not expect their military to not make as much progress as they have made. The steps we are taking are making it more difficult for President Putin to build and augment his military, to get access to the technology that he needs and wants. It has taken steps to cripple the economy that there's no question, regardless of what Kremlin spokespeople say, it has had a dramatic impact on the economy. And we're doing all of that while providing a historic amount of military assistance to the Ukrainians, helping them effectively fight back.
If Putin were to use chemical weapons, would it change the president's thinking when it comes to these MiGs, taking the no-fly zone off the table, but at least on this issue?
I'm not going to get into a hypothetical. We, of course, there would be severe consequences from the global community, ones that we would discuss with our partners and allies. But I would note that the planes would not have stopped the attack we saw near the Polish border. They have a squadron of planes, and what has effectively helped them fight back is the types of military assistance that they have been utilizing.
And are you prepared, can you give us any more details about what that threat means of severe consequences? The president obviously made the same threat last week. Is that purely economic consequences, or would there potentially be a military component?
We're just not going to outline in more detail from here. Go ahead.
I have a question about the Fed.
Sure.
Given Senator Manchin's opposition to Sarah Bloom-Raskin, will the White House now support the Senate moving ahead to confirm the other Fed nominees? Why do they need to confirm all of these nominees at once?
Well, I would say first that Sarah Bloom-Raskin is one of the most qualified individuals ever to be nominated to serve in this position. We remain in close touch with both her and with Chairman Brown about the next steps here, but we have continued to press, and we have been pressing for all five, not just to be able to be voted on in the banking committee where they have the votes to move forward, and that is where Republicans have not showed up to meet quorum. So at this point, I don't have an update beyond reiterating our strong support for her. Go ahead.
Will the president himself bring up the deaths and injuries of American journalists injured in Ukraine or killed in Ukraine? Will the president himself address the deaths of American journalists who have been killed or injured in Ukraine? And does he have any plans to call their families?
I'm not going to outline private conversations from here at this point in time. Obviously, these families are in in a moment of mourning right now. And so beyond that, I think we're just respecting their space and time. Go ahead.
If I could really briefly, just going back to COVID funding. Obviously, this is something that White House officials stressed today. This is something the president addressed in his State of the Union address. But if this is so important for the president and the White House, will he meet with Republicans individually? Will he make his case to them personally?
I would note that there's a number of Republicans who won't even return our phone calls about the impact of the lack of COVID funding and how they will impact their constituents. So that's probably the best place to start. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a couple more questions on the path related
Sure.
to the COVID funding. How the heck are you going to get it through Congress? You have Republicans in the Senate who are making it very clear, leadership saying that there is no Republican support for moving any more money for COVID relief because they believe the White House hasn't made a strong enough case that funds can't just be moved around to fund these priorities.
Sure. Well, we've been making that case publicly and privately back to earlier this year. So those are the facts. We've also been, as I just noted, attempting to engage with and have these conversations with, of course, Democrats, but also Republicans. COVID doesn't discriminate just by party at all. I think what we're trying to do is really be very clear and direct about what the impacts will be. I mean, some of these programs, funding for treatments for immunocompromised, providing free tests and masks, providing free boosters and vaccines. Those will impact millions of Americans potentially in this country, regardless of their partisan affiliation. So what we're doing, we're going to, of course, leave the process and the vehicle up to Congress. We are encouraging them and aggressively calling for them to move these resources immediately. And what we've tried to do is break down what the impacts are going to be on different states and also when specific programs will end so that it doesn't feel like just a number, but feels like a direct impact on programs and people's lives.
In terms of whether money can be moved around, I know you've said before that it can't be moved around. What we're hearing from the Hill is that they believe there's about $100 million that could be shifted. And certainly there was an agreement with the four leaders to shift funds that fell apart in part because governors balked. But is there money that could be moved?
Okay, so we have been listening into the White House press briefing earlier there. Reporters are asking questions of Jen Psaki, the press secretary, about why wasn't more money, or any money rather, in the latest government funding package, the omnibus bill, for and dedicated to COVID relief. Many, especially Senate Democrats, were not in alignment on that issue because you'll remember from the previous iterations from the American Rescue Plan, still a lot of money from that was allocated and allotted has not even been spent yet. So that is one of the reasons why it was not in there. But we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about Russia and Ukraine. We'll also be talking about daylight saving time. There's been a push on Congress, on Capitol Hill, to do away with it. Also, we're going to be talking about mask mandates on airlines, on trains, on buses, on public transportation. There was a vote on Capitol Hill today to do away with that, although the TSA and CDC just extended it. And so you heard there from Jen Psaki as well, making it official, confirming President Biden will be traveling to Europe next week for this newly announced NATO summit. So a lot of news in there, a lot of news out of Washington. We'll have it in 2 minutes. All right, a lot happening on Capitol Hill today. This is Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We got word as well, and as we know, that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy will be making an address to a joint session of Congress virtually tomorrow. So please join us here on Live Now from Fox for all the latest. Our coverage will begin at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and we'll be bringing on experts, national security analysts, former ambassadors and diplomats. Hopefully we'll be speaking to members of Congress as well for their reaction as they sit in the chamber to hear from President Zelenskyy there in Ukraine about what his needs are now, almost 21 days into the war there in his country. What more military assistance, humanitarian assistance, does he need from not only the United States, but also European allies and NATO members as well? Also, something on Capitol Hill to note as well. The Senate today approved a proposal to make daylight saving time permanent. This is much to the dismay of some people. Some other people really want this to go forward. It still has to work its way back to the House to see if there's any support there. But there on the Senate floor today, the proposal passed unanimously by unanimous consent. It aims to do away with the long-held tradition of setting clocks back 1 hour and losing an hour of daylight in fall and winter. Of course, we just went through this over the weekend. If it becomes a law, it would mean 1 less hour of daylight in the mornings from November through February. The proposal would not take effect until November of 2023.
Anybody watching, in case it's not clear what happened, this just passed.
And so it will now be sent to the House for a vote. Let's listen into Senator Sheldon Whitehouse announced this earlier today.
Rhode Island.
That they just saw this measure pass. We have just passed the bill to end the return from daylight savings time to make daylight savings time permanent.
So interesting that there was no roll call vote. It was just by unanimous consent. We'll see if it gains any traction in the House. We'll also be bringing on a reporter from the Washington Post tomorrow to discuss what this would mean for the future of daylight saving time. And so if it does have any kind of political, likelihood of making it through the House and going to the president's desk for his signature, that remains to be seen, but we'll have that conversation tomorrow with a Washington Post reporter. In the meantime, there was also another effort in the Senate as well today. In a bipartisan vote, the Senate approved a plan to repeal the federal mask mandate for airline, train, and bus travelers in the United States, albeit the CDC recommending that the TSA, the agency there, extend the mandate. We got the word just last week that they will extend the mandate until April the 18th next month. But there is a legislative push to do away with it altogether. It was 57 yeas, 40 nays. So some bipartisan support for this, as a lot of these COVID restrictions across the country go by the wayside. The mask mandate, though, on public transport remains in place. Let's hear from some of those senators who voted in favor of this today and why.
By huge margins, that it's time for this airline mask mandate to end. It's past time, actually. People can sit shoulder to shoulder in restaurants across the land now without a mask. They can go to shopping centers. They can go to malls. Everywhere but an airport, which looks a lot like a shopping mall to me, there you got to put your mask on. 31 of us signed a letter to President Biden last week urging the administration to lift the remaining travel restrictions related to COVID-19 pandemic. And that included calling for an end to pre-departure testing requirements for travel to the United States and to end the federal mask mandate for travel. The current mandate was set to expire on March 18. We were satisfied with that. It, to me, could end today, but a few days later would be okay. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, it certainly was not a scientific reason, the Biden administration chose not to listen to the science and decided to extend the mask mandate for another month to April 18. And frankly, the constituent parties who have to deal with this have not asked for an extension to this mandate. There was some confusion about the flight attendants. I think the flight attendants are comfortable ending it now. Airlines for America and the airline industry are all comfortable with ending it now. The new mandate till April 18th singles out transportation, particularly air travel. But according to data released by the CDC last Friday, 98% of Americans can now safely choose not to wear a mask indoors. It makes no sense to continue this. Now, let me say this is a free country. If someone wants to wear a mask on a 5-hour flight from one American city to another, there is no reason why they can't do that. But the testimony we've had in the Commerce Committee from the airline industry and from the scientists is that airline air is the safest air that Americans breathe indoors, anywhere. It's safer than any other air, and there's no reason why this mandate should extend on over into April. Here's the quote: "The onboard ventilation system that continuously circulates and refreshes the air supply, filtering out 99%, greater than 99% of the particles that cause COVID-19. This ventilation effectively counters the proximity travelers are subject to during flights." We make this common sense request of the administration on behalf of the American people. When the rules of government do not comply with common sense, it offends free Americans to have to abide by some silly rule, and you can expect the objections that we're hearing from the public. The administration should rethink this extension and end it by the 18th of March. Senator Cruz is next, followed by Senator Langford.
Thank you, Roger. It is time to end the COVID mandates. The American people understand these mandates make no sense. It's time to end mask mandates. It's time to end vaccine mandates. It's time to end vaccine passports. And it's especially time to end vaccine mandates for kids in schools. All of these are wrong. But when it comes to the mask mandates on planes, it makes no sense. And the American people get it. We're told that COVID is an amazingly politically sensitive and nuanced virus. That COVID, that one simple mask magically prevents COVID, unless, of course, you have a Diet Coke in your hand. In which case, on a plane, a Diet Coke, you don't need the mask anymore, because Diet Coke apparently is some sort of cure for COVID. I don't understand the asinine reasoning. If you put the Diet Coke down, you need the mask again, unless you pick up a peanut. You know, a peanut also prevents the transmission. It is utterly, demonstrably asinine for restaurants that have COVID mask mandates in place. You walk in, you had to wear a mask. You sit down, take the mask off. I don't know if it's an altitude thing. COVID at 6 feet high is deadly. At 3 feet high, it's perfectly benign. The American people get that this is a joke. I've got a crazy idea. The American people should have the same mask rules that members of Congress had at the State of the Union address. Just 2 weeks ago, we saw 535 members of Congress sitting on the floor of the House. I don't think there were 5 masks among them. Joe Biden didn't have a mask. Kamala Harris didn't have a mask. Nancy Pelosi didn't have a mask. And yet, John Q. Public, if a grandmother is flying to see her grandkids, she's told, put that mask on the airplane. It makes no sense. And I will tell you, our Democratic colleagues, we serve in a body with 100 senators. Our Democratic colleagues, when they were behind closed doors, even at the height of the mask mandates, behind closed doors, they would take their masks off. They would be laughing. They'd be yucking it up. You'd go to a classified briefing. Almost every person there would take their mask off. And then you'd see a Democratic senator step out, and suddenly they'd see TV cameras. And almost to a person, they'd rush to pull their mask on, because apparently the virus reacts with TV lenses somehow. This is idiotic. The American people know it's idiotic. It's not preventing the spread of the disease, but it is virtue signaling. By the way, according to the virtue signal, if 1 mask is good, 2 is better. And even better than that is 3. Well, you know what? If you want to wear 3 masks, from now until the end of time, you can. Nobody's stopping you. You have every freedom to mask up as long as you want. But stop using arbitrary government power to force the American people to play in COVID theater. Today, in the District of Columbia, police officers who make the personal health care choice not to get vaccinated are eligible to be fired as of today. It is wrong to be firing cops. And all the Democrats who applauded at the State of the Union don't abolish the police ought to explain why they support firing cops in D.C. and jurisdictions across the country. One final example of just how asinine this is. The NBA just fined Kyrie Irving $50,000 because their rules, the rules in New York City, here's how idiotic it is. Kyrie Irving could go to a game, could sit in the stands not being vaccinated, which he did. That was perfectly okay. But if he actually plays, that's not permissible. Because apparently, in addition to Diet Coke and peanuts, which we're told are magical cures for COVID, touching a basketball makes you a lethal threat. They fined Kyrie Irving because he dared to go to the locker room. Mind you, he's sitting in the damn stands watching the game. He could go talk to the players at the game, which he did. But when he went to the locker room, $50,000. This is asinine, dishonest theater. Let Kyrie play. By the way, if Brooklyn won't let Kyrie play, I'm going to make a pitch to you directly. Kyrie, come to Houston, play for the Rockets. We'll let you play. It's a hell of a player. Uncle Drew's being benched by asinine Democratic theater. This is stupid. It's not health related. It's not science related. It's not medicine related. It is political theater, and it's time for it to end.
Other than that, Ted doesn't have an opinion on it. Oh, listen. All of you fly on planes. I was on a plane yesterday. As crazy as it sounds to be able to get on a plane, you walk into a terminal, and the brand new Oklahoma City terminal is enormous, and it's beautiful, and it's wide open. I could walk into any mall, any restaurant, any public place, and they wouldn't have a mask mandate on it. But when I walk through that door, suddenly I've got a new mask mandate. Go through security, interact with people. They say, well, you stand in line. Well, you don't have to have any kind of other mask mandate when you're standing in line waiting at a restaurant to be able to get in. You don't have any other mandates for other lines that you're in. But suddenly there's a new mandate there. Then you get on board the plane. And this is when the CDC gets really serious. They start defining out exactly on planes, on buses, on public transportation, with an exception if it's a school bus. Because now they've said, well, school buses don't apply anymore to public transportation because at school, kids no longer have a mask mandate. So on school buses, they shouldn't have a mask mandate, which makes absolutely no sense in communities that also don't have mask mandates in their community, but there is one suddenly on the public bus on it, according to CDC. All we're looking for is basic consistency. And quite frankly, when the mask mandate was set to expire on public transportation on the 18th of March, we were all saying it's about time, and then the administration announces, no, just kidding, we're going to move that to now the 18th of April, and then we'll reevaluate it again. We have a vote that's coming up this week, which I will be strongly voting in support of, to be able to just have a Congressional Review Act to be able to get rid of these mask mandates on public transportation, because apparently the administration is going to continue to use them as a weapon. The American people want the freedom to choose. Boeing has put out that in their aircraft, 99.9% of particles are filtered out with their HEPA filter systems. Every 2 to 3 minutes, the air in that cabin is replaced on it. They put that out early to be able to say, here's how safe it is to be able to be in an airline, but that doesn't seem to matter. So CDC has to put out great detailed information on what to be able to do on an airplane with the CDC guidance, including these statements. You don't have to wear your mask under CDC guidance while eating, drinking, or taking medications for a brief period of time, while communicating for brief periods of time with a person who's hearing impaired, or here's my two favorites. If on an aircraft wearing an oxygen mask is needed because of the loss of cabin pressure, mercifully CDC has written in guidance to say when the cabin pressure loses, you no longer have to wear your mask. Or my other favorite one, if you're unable to resume normal breathing or you're vomiting, you can take your mask off until the vomiting ceases. Then you need to put it back on. I wish I was kidding. This is the CDC guidance that they're putting out on this. Why don't we let Americans be Americans and to be able to choose in this process? The entire country is setting aside the mask mandates. We need to get rid of the vaccine mandates that are on our healthcare workers and our members of the military, as we're watching what's happening to members of the military right now, and to our healthcare workers. We need to take care of these mask mandates as well and allow Americans to be able to live as Americans.
Look, it's time to end these mandates. People can make their own decisions, and they should be able to do so. This travel mandate was set to expire on March 18th. Now, extended another month, and who knows what happens after that. Americans are more than capable to make their own decisions, and it's long past time. And that's why I've joined with Senator Wicker on the letter calling on the administration to end this travel mask mandate for planes, buses, trains, and so forth. And also, we're going to have a vote, Congressional Review Act vote today, and I strongly urge my colleagues to join us in voting to end this mask mandate. Now look, if somebody wants to wear a mask, if for any reason they feel for their own health reasons or advised by a physician or anything else, they can do it. They have that choice. But isn't that what America is all about, is having that freedom of choice? Treating people as responsible to make their own decisions? That's what we're talking about. That's what this is all about. Let people make their own decisions and end these mandates. It's long past time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for members of the... Yeah, right here and then there.
Okay. An administration official last week said that it's working on potentially revised transportation guidelines that they could be indexed to things like case rates. There's no specifics, but they said that they were working on something like that. Would a revised mask requirement, sort of in the vein of the current CDC guidelines, would that be acceptable to you?
I wonder why they want to control people's lives in airports and in airplanes. Just because the government's powerful, they can do it if they'd like to. Listen, for months, these rules have been nonsense. There's a Mississippi and Oklahoma and Texas and North Dakota barnyard expression to describe these rules. But this is the week of St. Patrick's Day. I'm wearing green, So I'll just say these rules are malarkey, and any variation of it short of getting back to where Americans realize we should be is malarkey.
And many state governments are taking away the mask mandates in cities, and a lot of schools are rolling that back as well, a lot in accordance with the new CDC guidelines reference. What does that say about where we are in the pandemic at this point?
I think what they're doing is they're following the overwhelming majority of the public, Democrat, Republican, and Independent. And it's high time the administration did. Yes, ma'am.
I was just wondering about the coronavirus relief funding that the White House is requesting for you guys. I know Republicans were opposed to it unless it was offset. The cost was offset. Is that something you guys support? Only
This,
offset? Or
let me say, this is, there are a lot of important issues out there. This is a press conference about the airline and air passenger mandate, and if it's all right, I'm going to stick to that. I hope you'll understand. Yes?
Do you support, obviously, this is the federal mask mandate you guys are talking about on airlines. If an individual airline decided after there was a rollback of mask requirements, if they decided they wanted to continue requiring their passengers to wear masks when on board, would you be supportive of the private business?
The chances of that happening are about the same as an asteroid landing in this newsroom at this point. I don't think they would do it. They are ready, and the constituent groups are ready for this mandate to end. Yes.
Have you spoken to the administration? Do you think this is the last mandate? Because as you referenced, the CDC is at 98%. And what about pre-departure?
I tell you, a good vote today, a good bipartisan vote this week, whenever the vote can actually occur, would go a long way toward convincing the administration that the public is on our side. When a law makes no sense to the vast majority of the American people, it's time for the people creating the rules and the laws to listen to the people. Yes, over here.
You might have talked about vaccine mandates for travel within the U.S. What are your thoughts about travelers coming from outside of the U.S.?
Well, I just got back from the Ukrainian border in Poland. Had to wear a mask for over 8 hours on a flight back last night after seeing the war zone. I do think, obviously, Europe and Europeans are a little more willing to submit to rules and laws that are malarkey, but I think the international community would follow along. We were seeing when we went to public places and met with refugees and officials, we were seeing in Europe a lessening of that too. Now, other people may want to help answer these questions. Yes, right here. Good.
You said that lifting the mask mandate on airplanes is long overdue. In your opinion, when was the right point to lift those mandates?
How about when the CDC testified last year that greater than 99% of the virus-causing material was gone by the HEPA filter? How about then? I'd say a year ago. Let's talk about what's practical. Well, that was the testimony. Let me make sure I'm right there. April of 2021. I'm sorry. Were you asking about vaccinations? I must have misunderstood.
No, I'm saying prior to mass vaccination, you think they should have been lifted then?
In testimony provided to the Commerce Committee in April of 2021, Dr. Leonard Marcus of Harvard Public Health testified the onboard ventilation system that continuously circulates and refreshes the air supply, filtering out greater than 99% of the particles that cause COVID-19. This has been a nonsensical rule at least for a year. We got 25 people in this room. 3 people have chosen to wear masks, and I absolutely respect their right to do so. But it's time for free Americans to make their own choices. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we were just listening into a group of Republican senators there, led by Republican Senator from Mississippi, Roger Wicker, spearheading this, and the vote did take place later today, but the Senate approved that plan to repeal the federal mask mandate for airplanes, trains, and bus travelers in the United States. Remember, on the recommendation of the CDC, the TSA extended it till April 18th. It was supposed to go by the wayside March the 18th, but it's going to be in place for yet another month. Republican senators think we do not need it due to the very, very low instance of COVID transmission and COVID cases still in the United States as we head into these spring months. So it'll be interesting to see if it does gain any traction in the House, and it'll be interesting to see what happens April 18th. Will it be extended yet again? Most, I believe all states, all 50 states, indoor mask mandates have now been relinquished and repealed. And so now public transportation, we still have to wear masks. And so we'll keep an eye out on what comes of that legislation. Also, what comes of the daylight saving time legislation that was unanimously passed in the Senate today as well. We'll be speaking with the reporter tomorrow about what that means. Of course, we just went through the rigmarole over the weekend like we do twice a year, setting our clocks forward or backward depending on the time of the year. So a lot of happening on Capitol Hill. We have so much more that we are previewing not only tomorrow but the rest of this month. That's going to be happening in Washington. We're going to let you know what that is in 2 minutes after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Don't forget, I know I sound like a broken record here, but we will have special live coverage tomorrow starting at 8:30 Eastern Time tomorrow morning as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy addresses a joint session of Congress virtually tomorrow. He spoke with Canadian Prime Minister Trudeau and members of the Canadian Parliament in Ottawa today via teleconference. He also spoke with the Prime Minister of the UK, Boris Johnson, and other officials virtually as well, so making the rounds. This all coming on the heels of President Biden signing into law $13.6 billion for aid to Ukraine, over $1 billion of which will be used for military aid, military assistance, more weapons to help in the war effort as the war enters into its 21st day. And so right now, we just wanted to preview that as well. Also, we'll be previewing the confirmation hearings for Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson happening a week from yesterday, March the 21st. 3 days of hearings, and she'll be answering questions from from senators, not only on the Senate Judiciary Committee, but also fully as she makes the rounds on Capitol Hill, meeting with senators who she needs to court their vote to get confirmed. So we'll have that, and we'll be airing that live, gavel to gavel, from start to finish. And so it should be must-watch TV, as a lot of confirmation hearings are for Supreme Court nominees. Also, I wanted to note as well, this happened on the Senate floor today. They unanimously passed a resolution condemning Russian President Vladimir Putin as a war criminal, and this was spearheaded by Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina. And so bipartisan support on that as well, which leads us, we're going to get into some of these Russia-Ukraine press conferences, hearings, stories, and the like. We're going to go out to the State Department briefing. But before we do that, I just wanted to take the opportunity and time, because many members of the Fox family are hurting today after the news that Pierre Zakrzewski, a longtime war photographer for Fox News, based in London, was killed in Ukraine reporting, alongside Benjamin Hall, who was gravely injured. This was outside of Kyiv, Ukraine, in Horenka. And there's a tweet from Trey Yingst, who's been reporting from Kyiv as well. He says, "I don't know what to say. Pierre was as good as they come. Selfless, brave, passionate. I'm so sorry this happened to you." In a letter to Fox News Media employees, CEO Suzanne Scott said, "Last year, he played a key role in getting our Afghan freelance associates and their families out of the country after the U.S. withdrawal. In December, at our annual Employee Spotlight Awards, Pierre was given the Unsung Hero Award in recognition of his invaluable work. She says his talents were vast, and there was not a role he didn't jump into to help with in the field, and he did it all under immense pressure with tremendous skill." And of course, Benjamin Hall still on the mend, recuperating, hospitalized after being seriously injured. But also, we have to note that 24-year-old Alexandra Sasha Kuvyshinova, she was also killed alongside Pierre when their vehicle was struck by incoming fire yesterday while in the field. She was just 24 years old. She was serving as a consultant, as a fixer is what we call it in the business, a translator, interpreter, for the Fox crew in Ukraine. And she was helping our crews navigate Kyiv and the surrounding area while gathering information and speaking to sources. She was incredibly talented and spent weeks working directly with our entire team there, operating around the clock to make sure the world knew what was happening in her country, only 24 years old. And that was in the statement from Suzanne Scott as well. Right now, we just want to go into some of this programming we're going to give on the overnight hours here. First up, at the State Department spokesman Ned Price answering questions from reporters about the situation in Ukraine.
Now, nearly 15,000 Russians have been detained by Russian authorities for doing just that, for exercising the rights that are as universal to them as to citizens around the world. We support the voices of the people of Russia who are calling for an end to this war, who refuse to let their principled views be silenced, who refuse to let a new Iron Curtain descend again around Russia. Russian journalists are being prosecuted for doing the vital work that you all do here, which is to report, to interview, and to share the truth about what is happening. The people of Russia have a right to know about the thousands and thousands of casualties that the Russian Federation's forces are taking right now in Ukraine, as well as the civilian casualties and the widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure Putin is inflicting on the people of Ukraine. There are thousands of Russian mothers who will never see their sons again, yet the media in Russia is not allowed to share that information with the people of Russia, obscuring the real costs of this war. Those who dare to speak up are branded as liars, they're branded as traitors, and they are subject to prosecution. We stand with Russian citizens of conscience as they seek to exercise their rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. We will hold responsible those who engage in human rights abuses. We will ensure that credible allegations of war crimes are investigated and those involved are held responsible. To that end, as you saw earlier today, the Secretary announced a series of actions in response to President Putin's premeditated, unjustified, and unprovoked war against Ukraine and its people, as well as the Lukashenko regime's efforts to enable Russia's further invasion. This war does not reflect the will of the peoples of Russia and Belarus. Indeed, their respective governments' aggressive behavior abroad is coupled with systemic and increasing repression within their own borders. We are witnessing an autocratic attack on democracy. U.S. actions today include sanctions and visa restrictions on Russian and Belarusian officials and private individuals involved in human rights abuses, corruption, and repression. The United States and our partners and allies, we are committed to imposing massive, severe costs on those involved in the invasion of Ukraine. As Russian soldiers continue to die needlessly in Ukraine and the economic consequences of the war mount within Russia, the world remains open to genuine diplomacy. We will, together with our Ukrainian partners and our allies and partners around the world, continue to pursue every avenue to de-escalate the conflict, end the bloodshed, and save lives. Next, today we acknowledge the anniversary of the Syrian uprising. On this day, 11 years ago, the Syrian people took to the streets in the name of freedom, reform, and human rights. Bashar al-Assad responded to this peaceful call with brutality, sparking a war against his own people that has killed hundreds of thousands, displaced more than 13 million, brought food insecurity to some 12 million, and left 14.6 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. As we stand with the Syrian people, we continue our efforts to explore to secure a nationwide ceasefire, expand access to humanitarian aid, achieve justice and accountability for the Syrian people, and reach a political resolution as outlined by UN Security Council Resolution 2254. We will not normalize relations with Assad until and unless there is irreversible progress towards that political solution. The Syrian people deserve nothing less after more than a decade of war. Before I turn to your questions, I just want to add one final element. I know all of us in this room were heartbroken yesterday to learn that our colleague, Ben Hall, sustained injuries while reporting from Ukraine. And today I understand that Fox News has announced that his camera operator, Pierre Zekrzewski, lost his life in the same attack. All of us know Ben. We've traveled the world with him. Many of you knew Pierre, who was renowned for his talent documenting conflict zones around the world. Our thoughts are with Pierre's loved ones, his family, and all of us here at the department are rooting for Ben and rooting for his speedy recovery. Ben's collegiality, his sense of humor, his wit, his warmth have always been a balm for the very tough questions that he would always hurl my way at the way of Secretary Blinken. I know I speak for the Secretary when I say that we look forward, once again, hopefully very soon, to being on the receiving end of all of those. We have engaged at multiple levels with Fox News. We have made very clear that we will do everything we possibly can to help Ben and any others who may have been involved and injured in this horrific attack. So with that, I'll take your questions.
Thanks, Ned. I don't see Rich or Nick in here, so I'll say I don't want to speak for Fox, but thank you for those comments, and on behalf of the whole press corps, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Before going into to Ukraine, I just wanted to ask you, one thing that you just said about the anniversary of the Syria situation struck me as a bit unusual. You said we will not normalize relations with Assad until and unless, and then you gave the conditions. When did it become a possibility that the U.S. would ever normalize relations with Assad? Well, for a long time, the line was his days are numbered. I mean, going back almost 11 years now.
It has been 11 years, Matt. It has been 11 years since a peaceful uprising was met with the iron fist of the Assad regime.
So so has there been a decision made that you could, in fact, go back to having normal relations with a government in Syria that is led by Bashar al-Assad?
Matt, there can never be normal relations with a government that has treated its own population, its own people, with the level of brutality, with the level of violence, with the level of suppression, the use of chemical weapons, other forms of horrific violence that we've seen from this regime. We've made our position clear when it comes to holding the Assad regime accountable. We have not, we will not lift sanctions on Bashar al-Assad or his regime. We will continue to oppose reconstruction led by or for the Assad regime until and unless there is irreversible progress on that political solution that is laid out in UN Security Council Resolution 2254.
But you're saying it is possible for the U.S. to have a normal relationship with a government led by Assad,
Matt,
if those conditions are met?
Matt, I do not think there will ever be a normal relationship.
Well, you said you were the one who used the word normalized, so I just...
I think that term has come up in the context of other governments that have approached the Assad regime. We've made very clear that the United States government will maintain our sanctions on the regime. We continue to support the political process that's laid out in UN Security Council Resolution 2254. We continue to stand with the people of Syria in that regard.
On Ukraine, I just have two brief ones that are kind of diplomatically related. Both of them have to do with Russia. You mentioned the sanctions that you guys imposed today on them, but they also imposed sanctions on several, the President, the Secretary of Defense, others. I noticed you were left off the list.
I'm feeling left out.
But I'm just wondering, the White House, obviously your colleague at the White House addressed this earlier and said, well, none of us have bank accounts in Russia, none of us are planning to go to, Sochi for vacation or anything like that. But, that's exactly what the Russians say about the sanctions that you put on them, that they essentially have no impact on it. So I'm just wondering, what you have to say about the sanctions that they imposed. And then the second one, which I'm sure your response will be extremely brief, is that do you have any comment about Russia formally withdrawing from the Council of Europe?
So first on the sanctions, look, I don't have a specific response to it. I will let my esteemed colleague, who is now the subject of Russian sanctions, I will let her response stand. But let me make a couple general points. Number one, you asked how our sanctions are any different from their sanctions.
No, I know how they're different, but when you blow off their sanctions and say, well, none of us have bank accounts there, none of us were, well, that's exactly the same thing as the Russians say.
So I'll make a couple points there. Number one, anyone who claims that the measures we have imposed, whether on individuals or the Russian economy or the Russian financial system, anyone who claims that those measures have been inconsequential has not been in Russia, has not been observing what has happened to the Russian economy and to the Russian financial system. This is an economy that is in a tailspin. It is an economy that is reeling. It is an economy that is suffering the worst setback, the worst couple weeks that it has had since the demise of the Soviet Union. 30 years of economic integration have been undone over the span of some 2 weeks. And you can look at any measure. The Russian stock market, which has now been closed for weeks, will be closed at least through the course of this week, presumably to prevent capital flight. The fact that the ruble is almost virtually worthless, literally worth less than a penny. The fact that hundreds of international companies are fleeing, heading for the doors, wanting no part and no role in supporting Putin's war effort. The fact that inflation is skyrocketing. The fact that Russia's credit rating is now essentially at junk status. I could go on and on and on. Those are the sanctions and economic measures that are targeting the Russian system broadly. You look at those measures that are targeting Russian individuals, oligarchs, cronies, President Putin, Foreign Minister Lavrov, Sergei Shoigu, Dmitry Peskov, others. We've already had cases of asset seizures, asset forfeitures. There will be more of that. The Department of Treasury, the Department of Justice, they are working closely with their counterparts around the world to go after yachts, to go after aircraft, to go after ill-begotten gains that have been plundered and pilfered from the Russian people. That will continue. Let me make one other point. I saw that the Russians called this, in a sense, a reciprocal measure. I think I certainly took umbrage at that term, noting that nothing can be reciprocal, given that we imposed the measures we did in response to President Putin starting a premeditated, unprovoked, unjustified war against a civilian population next door. We imposed our measures in response to the untold death and destruction, the killing of civilians in Ukraine, the loss of life that both sides have already endured. We imposed our measures for the destruction and attempt at destruction of an entire country. And we imposed our measures in response to President Putin's apparent thought that he could flout the basic tenets of the rules-based international order, the rules that all countries have abided by, the rules that have really set the predicate for some 70-plus years of untold levels of stability, security, prosperity around the world, whether that's in Europe, whether that's in the Indo-Pacific, whether that is in anywhere in between. So there's nothing reciprocal about what the Russians have done versus what we together with our allies and partners have sought to do. What the Russian Federation has done is start a war, has caused untold loss of life in Ukraine, among Ukrainians, among Ukrainian civilians, men, women, children, maternity hospitals, residential buildings, not to mention the Russians who have also lost their lives in this needless war. President Putin has started a war. We are doing everything we can with our measures, with our other steps, to end the war.
Council of Europe.
Oh, Council of Europe.
Did that register with you, or does you think it doesn't matter? I mean, I know you're not part of the Council of Europe.
Well, we are aware that Russia has informed the Council of Europe that it intends to withdraw. Of course, we would refer you to the Council for next steps. We did previously welcome the Council of Europe's suspension of the Russian Federation for its aggression in Ukraine. We similarly welcomed the Parliamentary Assembly's strong statements of support for Ukraine in the extraordinary session that was held. And we share the Council of Europe's values, human rights, democracy, the rule of law. Russia clearly does not share these same values. I think it is only appropriate that Russia is not a member of such a council.
You're not concerned that this shuts down yet another potential channel of communication?
We have plenty of potential channels for communication. What we need to see from the Russian Federation is the Russian Federation engage in good faith with seriousness of purpose through those channels. Humera.
Just to follow up a little bit on the action, EU today, for example, took action to freeze the assets of Abramovich. As far as I know, US has not done anything on that particular individual. Are you guys planning to? Because there was a time where you said from this podium that US was looking to catch up with EU and make some of the measures symmetrical. And I also would love your response on what does the US make of Abramovich's recent moves? He was in Israel, Turkey, Russia. Does the US see him as a potential interlocutor? He's not just a private citizen.
So a couple points, Humera. First, and most importantly in response to your question, we don't preview any actions that we may or may not take. What I will say, and you referenced this, is that the European Union, they have their own authorities, they have their own capabilities, we have our own authorities, we have our own capabilities. What we have done each over time is to harmonize the steps we have taken in important regards. So there have been times where we have taken action against entities, against individuals, that the Europeans, other countries and partners around the world in turn followed suit. There have been times where the European Union has, in the first instance, taken such action, and we have later harmonized our authorities going after similar targets. I certainly have no doubt that we will continue, the EU will continue, our partners and allies around the world will continue to go after oligarchs, to go after cronies, to go after all of those who are in one way or another aiding and abetting Putin's war effort, playing a role in his war machine. Just look at what we did today. One day alone, we announced actions against 91 individuals and one entity We used 5 different authorities across 2 departments, the Department of State and the Department of the Treasury. I won't go through the whole roster, but there were visa restrictions under Section 7031C of the Department of State Foreign Operations and Related Programs Appropriation Act of last year. There were designations pursuant to an executive order 14024. There were visa restrictions announced under Section 212A3C of the Immigration and Nationality Act. This is a new authority that allows us to go after current and former Russian government officials believed to be involved in suppressing dissent in Russia and around the world. There were imposition of visa restrictions on 6 individuals under the Khashoggi ban. Of course, this was a new authority that we announced early in the administration last year in response to governments around the world pursuing dissidents extra-territorially, and we also used Presidential Proclamation 8015 to go after 25 individuals responsible for undermining democracy in Belarus. We will continue to go after those responsible for the war effort in Ukraine. We will continue to go after those responsible for aiding the war effort, those who reside in Belarus. We will continue to go after private individuals whose closeness to the Russian government, to the Kremlin, whose ill-begotten wealth is a result of illicit activity, plundering what should belong to the Russian people. We will continue to do that, but what we won't do is preview those actions.
Sure. How about the second part? Do you see that some of these people can actually be interlocutors as well? And with this particular individual, because you have a task force, are you also keeping an eye on their movement?
So I'm not going to speak to any particular individual. What I will reiterate is what I told Matt. There are plenty of fora, there are plenty of avenues for diplomacy. We know that our French partners, our German partners, our Israeli partners, our Turkish partners, our Ukrainian partners, of course, have engaged in diplomacy, direct diplomacy with the Russian Federation. What we're not looking for, what we're not bereft of, are avenues. What we're not missing are not fora. What we're looking for is a genuine display of good faith on the part of the Russian Federation. We need them to show up at any one of these venues to make clear that they are genuinely interested in de-escalation, in putting an end to this conflict, in putting an end to this war, and putting an end to this senseless and needless loss of life.
And you have received no such indication up until this moment?
I think we will...
Through any channel?
We will judge that based upon what we see in Ukraine. And what we have seen in Ukraine, including in recent days, including in recent hours, is continued escalation, is continued bombardment of towns, of cities, of residential areas, is continued loss of life. Paul.
Okay, so I understand all you said about the Russian economy, but the average Russian doesn't own stocks. The average Russian doesn't buy a lot of imported goods. The Russian ruble has lost, if I'm right, 35–40% of its value, which is not as bad as some of the economic crises we've seen in a long time. And you haven't gotten any progress on deconfliction, de-escalation. So what about taking more steps? What about expanding SWIFT things? We continue to send money to Russia for energy purchases. So why aren't you taking stronger steps to add sanctions on a lot of people who don't have Western bank accounts or property in the United States? Doesn't seem to add much pressure.
So in terms of energy purchases, the president did sign an executive order last week putting an end to our purchase of Russian oil, our purchase of Russian energy.
I mean the West in general.
Well, the point is, Paul, that we have already applied applied a set of measures that have been unprecedented in terms of their scale, in terms of their scope, and in terms of their impacts. And I won't go through the various metrics of impact again, but they're clear for everyone to see. The other point is that as long as President Putin continues to escalate, we, working with our allies and partners, will continue to escalate. You mentioned you mentioned some measures that may be on the table. Going back to what I offered to Humaira, of course, we're not in a position to preview specifically what we are prepared to do, but what I can tell you that we are prepared to do is continue to escalate the costs. And I should say that the economic sanctions, the other financial measures and economic measures that we have placed on the Russian Federation, that is one important measure to mount pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, on those around him. It is clearly putting the squeeze on their economy, on their financial system. At the same time, we will continue simultaneously to provide our Ukrainian partners with massive amounts of security assistance. In recent weeks alone, we've spoken of some $550 million worth of security assistance. Those deliveries are continuing just about every day. Anti-armor, anti-tank, anti-aircraft, small arms, munitions, precisely what our colleagues at the Department of Defense have determined that our Ukrainian partners most need to defend their country against this invasion. And we are very fortunate that given the passage of the spending legislation out of Congress, we now have $13.6 billion for the people of Ukraine in different realms. And a good chunk of that money, about half of it, will be made available in the form of additional security assistance. So we have provided more than $1.2 billion in security assistance to our Ukrainian partners over the course of the past year. We're going to be in a position to do much, much more, given the spending allocation that we recently have had from Congress. That is another avenue that is putting pressure on President Putin. And we have seen that pressure and the effectiveness of that security assistance, the effectiveness of the Ukrainian resistance, in that we are now on day 20 of this Russian invasion, of this Russian war. President Putin's certainly cannot be comfortable with what he has seen from his forces on the battlefield. I will leave it to others to offer the military analysis. But again, President Putin gravely miscalculated if he thought that he could dispatch 100,000 forces into a sovereign country and not face and find the stiff resistance that he's found, with thousands of Russian service members losing their lives, with his forces stalled in key areas. President Putin has gravely miscalculated if he thought he could do all of this without facing opposition at home. And we've seen very prominent displays of that opposition, including in recent hours, in ways that would have been unexpected even a few weeks ago. 15,000 people arrested across Russia, across dozens of Russian cities, including in President Putin's hometown of St. Petersburg, for peacefully exercising the rights that are as universally available to them as to anyone else on the planet: the right to freedom of assembly, the right to freedom of expression. We continue to stand with them. And President Putin, going back to where we started, has gravely miscalculated if he thought that the United States, that our allies and partners were bluffing when we talked about the profound costs that we were prepared to impose on Russia's economy, on its financial system, on the Kremlin, if he were to go forward. President Putin has now found that he made grave miscalculations in all three regards. John, follow up, sure.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Paul asked about the more stronger steps, and you told about the military support to Ukraine. But one of those more stronger steps might be the transferring to Ukraine the old Soviet-era weapons. And so could you, including S-300, so could you comment on the CNN today's report that reportedly State Department is already involved in the talks with the European partners and creating such a list?
So we are in constant discussion with our Ukrainian partners in the first instance about their needs, their security needs. I can say that Secretary Blinken spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba again today. They discussed Ukraine's security needs once again, working very closely with our colleagues at the Department of Defense. We have put together packages of defensive security assistance that our Ukrainian partners most need. And as I said before, that includes anti-armor, that includes tanks, anti-tank, that includes small arms, that includes munitions, and it most certainly includes anti-aircraft and surface-to-air systems. So we are not detailing every element of those security packages that we are providing, but we are continuing to provide security assistance in all of those realms. We know that Russian missiles, Russian rockets, Russian artillery have wrought destruction across large parts of Ukraine, and we are prepared to, and we have provided our Ukrainian partners with the sort of surface-to-air systems, anti-aircraft systems that would help protect themselves against this onslaught, against these attacks. We are always looking at what's in our inventories, and also our allies around the world are looking at what's in their. And Secretary Blinken has on several occasions now authorized our NATO allies to provide U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners. Our inclination has always been to be responsive to precisely what our Ukrainian partners need. We've been able to do that with the funding we've been granted from Congress, and now that we have $13.6 billion of additional funding to work with, about half of which will go in the direction of security assistance, we'll be able to do quite a bit more.
Can I just make sure one thing? You said tanks, and then you said anti-tank.
Anti-tank.
You don't
Anti-tank.
tanks.
Anti-tank. Anti-tank. Anti-armor. John.
And because things are always moving in the air. Since the start of Russia's invasion, has the United States yet engaged directly with Russia about off-ramps or ways to reduce violence? Directly, have you engaged directly with Russia about this?
John, a number of our partners are engaged directly with the Russian Federation at high levels. I think what is clear is that none of these engagements have yet resulted in the diminution of violence, in an end to the war, in a reduction of the loss of life that we've seen across Ukraine. If we determine that high-level U.S. engagement would be advantageous to help move forward with that overriding goal of putting an end to this violence, putting an end to this senseless war, we would absolutely be prepared to do so. What we have found, however, what our partners and allies have found, however, and what our Ukrainian partners, most importantly, have found, however, is that we have yet to find a Russian interlocutor that is either able or willing to negotiate in good faith, and certainly not in the context of de-escalation, given that Russian forces have continued to escalate, have continued to wreak violence across Ukraine. So we'll continue to look for diplomatic openings. In the meantime, we will continue to support our Ukrainian partners, as well as the diplomatic efforts that our allies around the world are taking part in.
And then can you just comment on the statements from Moscow about receiving written assurances related to the Iran deal?
So we've discussed this yesterday a bit. What I will say is that we have made significant progress over recent days when it comes to the possibility of mutual return to compliance with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. We continue to engage with Russia on a return to full implementation of the JCPOA. I think what you heard from Foreign Minister Lavrov, I will let him speak for himself, I will let the Russians speak for themselves, but it may well be a reflection of the fact that we, of course, would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of resuming full implementation of the JCPOA. We can't, and we won't, and we have not provided assurances beyond that to Russia. We will let Foreign Minister Lavrov speak to speak for his country, but perhaps it is now clear to Moscow, perhaps a couple things are now clear. Number one, as we have said publicly, the new Russia-related sanctions are unrelated to a potential return to full compliance with the JCPOA, and they shouldn't have any impact on its implementation. And it may well be a reflection of what we've said all along, that an Iran that is unconstrained in its nuclear program and that has no permanent, verifiable limits attached to that nuclear program. That is not in our interests. It is not in the interests of our European allies. It is not in the interests of the PRC, and it's certainly not in the interests of the Russian Federation. I will reiterate one additional point, that you've heard several references in recent days to external factors, and we have engaged with the Russian Federation on the possibility of a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. But as I said the other day, there were and are a small number of outstanding issues. Now that we are this close to the finish line, those outstanding issues tend to be the hardest issues. So we're not there yet. Nothing is agreed until everything is agreed, but we continue to assess that a mutual return to compliance would be the most effective, the best way to verifiably and permanently once again have those limits on Iran's nuclear program. Laura.
So to follow up, is it this building's understanding that the objections that Russia raised in the last few days have now been resolved?
It is. What I'm relaying to you is that you will need to ask the Russians.
But you guys are in the negotiations with them. So is it this building's understanding that they are no longer objecting?
We have seen the statements from Foreign Minister Lavrov. We will leave it to the Russian Federation, to Foreign Minister Lavrov, to others to explain exactly what those statements mean. But it is logical. It has been logical to us. It should be logical to all parties that we would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of a full resumption of the JCPOA if, in fact, we are able to get there. We have not offered the Russians anything more. There has been nothing additional conveyed, but you'll have to refer to, you'll have to ask the foreign minister.
Let me ask it this way. Did you guys understand whatever it was that Lavrov was trying to say? Like, what was your understanding of what he was saying?
I'm not going to interpret the foreign minister's remarks. Again, you'll need to talk to them to ask their position, where they are on a potential mutual return to compliance. We know where the Russian Federation has been in the past. Of course, Russia was an original member of the P5+1, understanding since well before 2015 that a nuclear-armed Iran or an Iran on the verge of a nuclear weapon would not be in Moscow's interests, certainly not in our interests. We hope to be able to complete a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA in short order. We should be able to if negotiators, if the parties come together, negotiate in good faith, and close out these remaining outstanding issues.
I'm a bit confused. How can you say for sure that you will not sanction any Russian activity related to any return to the deal? The Ukraine-related sanctions well post-date the original JCPOA. I mean, they only date back to February, late February of this year. If there is a Russian, and I realize this is a hypothetical, but you seem to be raising the hypothetical and the answer to your question, and maybe you're not the right person to ask because it gets into the weeds here. But if there is something that is allowed, an activity that is allowed under the JCPOA, but it involves transactions that are sanctioned by not just the United States, but also the EU under the, with a bank, with a financial institution, a Russian financial institution, how can you say that that's exempt?
Well, to be clear, Russia is not getting out of the sanctions and other financial measures that we have been, that have been imposed for this war in Ukraine. What we are talking about here is the very basic point, something that should be quite clear, that we would not sanction Russian participation in nuclear projects that are part of a full resumption of the JCPOA. These are separate realms. These are separate areas.
If they involve any kind of a monetary transaction that touches either the European or American financial systems, or SWIFT for that matter, then you have a problem. I don't see how you can exempt them. Because if I'm the Russians and I see that that's every foreign transaction that I do is going to be related to Iran's nuclear program, and therefore exempt under.
So Matt, I think two things can be true. One, the JCPOA is not going to be an escape hatch for the Russian Federation and the sanctions that have been imposed on it because of the war in Ukraine. But two, we are not going to sanction Russia for participating in nuclear projects that are part of the JCPOA. You're right, you're asking a very weedy question. It's probably better for...
Then let me add another one to it, maybe better for an expert. But then what about the idea of the secondary sanctions? Because any bank or financial institution that would be involved in a transaction, say Russia purchases heavy water from the Iranians or enriched uranium. This seems to open the Pandora's box that you keep talking about and other things. It just seems that the Russians would be able to disguise any number of non-Iranian nuclear deal transactions through that same channel of exemptions that you're offering.
Well, so what you're raising is a hypothetical wrapped in another hypothetical. The hypothetical that...
I'm sorry, but you're talking about a deal that doesn't exist yet.
Well, that's my point. No,
my hypotheticals are related, based on your initial hypothetical.
That's exactly my point. So rather than get wrapped around the axle of hypotheticals,
can we get someone down here to go through this stuff?
Any more Ukraine questions? Seems like there are a couple Ukraine questions.
Is Robert Malley going back to Vienna this week?
Rob Malley and his team, they are still based here. I understand that negotiators are still in capitals. If it is prudent, if it is appropriate for Rob and the team to go back to Vienna, they're prepared to do so.
And on Ukraine, how did the secretary receive the news of sanctioning him and the president and other U.S. officials by Russia?
I haven't discussed it with him yet today, but based on previous discussions, I don't think he'll be surprised.
He will be able to sleep.
I'm sorry?
He will be able to go to bed.
I think he will sleep just as soundly as he otherwise would, which, given that he is Secretary of State, probably isn't all that soundly.
And on Saudi Arabia, Ned, Saudi Arabia considers accepting the Chinese currency instead of dollars for Chinese oil sales. What's your reaction to that?
We don't have a specific reaction to that. What I would say is that we've said time and again that our relationship with the PRC is at its heart competitive. It will be collaborative when it can be, adversarial when it must be. Our allies and partners around the world are going to have their own relationships with the PRC. What we are not asking countries to do is to choose between the United States and China. When it comes to many of our partners, what we seek to do is to give them choices and to make partnership with the United States and all that we bring to the table, all that we could bring to a bilateral relationship, make sure that countries, partners around the world know just how appealing that is.
And one on UAE too. How do you view the UAE conflicting statements on increasing the oil production? Their ambassador in Washington said that they will increase the production, and their energy minister contradicted them.
I will leave it to our Emirati partners to speak to this question. We, of course, are not a member of OPEC. We're not a member of OPEC Plus. But as you know, we have engaged with companies, with countries around the world. We maintain an interest in a steady global energy supply, and our diplomatic outreach is a large element of that. Laura.
So we've talked in the past about the possibility of expediting Ukrainian refugees to the United States. I'm wondering if there's any update to that, if the position in this building is still that they must apply through UNHCR, which is a process that you know can take months. Over the weekend, we saw some people trying to come into the United States from the southern border. Is there any consideration given to temporary humanitarian parole for Ukrainians who might want to come to the United States, especially if they already have ties, family members in the United States? And then I have a second question for you on a unrelated Ukraine topic.
So a couple points. We discussed this a bit yesterday, but there are now nearly 3 million Ukrainians who have been forced to leave their homes because of this violence. We are deeply, deeply grateful to Ukraine's neighbors, to countries throughout Europe who have so generously opened their arms to welcome these Ukrainian refugees. We recognize the fact that many Ukrainians have family, have loved ones who are in Europe. We expect most Ukrainian refugees will seek to remain in Europe until and unless they can return to their homes. And of course, that is our ultimate objective, to see to it that Ukrainians who have been displaced by this violence, whether they're one of the 2 million internally displaced persons inside of Ukraine, or nearly one of the 3 million, one of nearly 3 million Ukrainian refugees who have been forced to flee their country. Our goal, of course, is to see to it that they can return to their homes once this violence ends. We are working with UNHCR, with resettlement partners, overseas posts, to determine whether Ukrainians who have departed Ukraine require resettlement to a third country because they can't be protected in their current location. We, as we always do, assess protection needs, and that includes cases of particular vulnerability as a central tenet of our refugee admissions to address the urgent need for resettlement across all regions. We don't discriminate on the basis of any country of origin. As we discussed yesterday, our refugee ceiling has various regional categories attached to it. There's a category for those who would emanate from Ukraine. Any admissions of Ukrainian nationals through the U.S. Refugee Admissions Program would be in accordance with that presidential determination on refugee admissions. What I can say right now is that we have been, we will continue to be a country that welcomes refugees from around the world. We know that as a nation of immigrants, as a nation that has always opened its arms to refugees, we are made stronger that it is very much in our American DNA to continue doing just that. If there is a need to resettle Ukrainian refugees in the United States, we will look to do so. I am fully confident we will do so. If there are additional authorities or avenues that need to be investigated, I have full confidence we'll do that too.
But is the administration considering an expedited process for any people at this point? Do you know?
So again, I wouldn't want to get ahead of anything, but we do have processes that are in place, including through the U.S. refugee admissions process, where we have the ability to bring in Ukrainian refugees should the need arise.
Okay, and I also wanted to ask about the case of Brittney Griner. It's been almost a month since she's been detained in Russia. What is the State Department's understanding of how her conditions are in Russia right now as she's being held, and what is the State Department doing to try to get her released?
There's not much I can say given the privacy considerations that are implicated in this case. This is a case that we have been working on since the time of her detention. Every time an American is detained overseas, our consular officers, including our consular officers in Moscow, are providing every form of support that we can. In this case, I'm just not able to go into the details, but we are doing everything we can to support Brittney Griner, to support her family, and to work with them, do everything we can to see that she is treated appropriately and to seek her release.
But it's correct that you have not had consular access to it.
I could not speak to that at this point, given privacy considerations.
Well, hold on a second. This is a 30-year, almost 30-year battle that I have had. How is she exactly supposed to sign a Privacy Act waiver if you guys can't get to her? Ask her to see if she wants to sign one. So Matt, I get that. So Matt, I understand you can't give details.
Well, Matt, there's a factual answer to your question if you'll listen for a moment. Lawyers do oftentimes, including in the case of Russia, Russian lawyers do have access to clients without speaking to any particular case, including this case. Russian lawyers have access to clients in Russia, and as appropriate, they can pass Privacy Act waivers. Yes.
But you're now acknowledging her detention, so I mean, clearly, I mean, there is a way you could go. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, or actually last week, you weren't even able to.
And what I can say is that I expect we'll be able to say more in the coming days.
Do you have any sense? Can you give us any sense of her condition? Is she being treated well?
Again, I'm just not in a position to offer updates right now. Yes, Connor.
To follow up on John's first question about the talks between Russia and Ukraine today, have U.S. officials been briefed on how those talks went? And in particular, Ukrainian officials expressed some optimism afterwards. Do you share that optimism? Everything you said earlier would indicate that you don't.
Well, our Ukrainian partners are the ones who are taking part in these conversations. The conversations over the past couple days have been virtual, but as I mentioned a moment ago, Secretary Blinken did have an opportunity earlier today to speak to Foreign Minister Kuleba. Virtually every time he's spoken to Foreign Minister Kuleba, the Foreign Minister has passed on updates regarding the diplomatic efforts. Rather than characterize whether we're optimistic or pessimistic, again, what we are going to be looking for are developments on the ground. And the developments we want to see are clear. We want to see de-escalation. We want to see a diminution of the violence. We ultimately want to see a withdrawal of Russian forces from inside Ukraine. We have not seen any of those things just yet.
President Zelenskyy today said that Ukrainians should be prepared that the country would not be allowed into NATO. Have you advised his administration at all in these talks whether or not that should be something that they commit to not joining the alliance?
Nope. To be very clear, we have consistently underscored, not only to our Ukrainian partners, but to countries around the world, that these are sovereign decisions that our Ukrainian partners will need to make for themselves. What we are here to do is to stand by our Ukrainian partners, to support our Ukrainian partners in any decisions that they would choose to make.
Can
Yes.
I ask just another couple?
Just, we talk so much about sovereign decisions of other countries. What about the sovereignty of the United States, in the sense of we obviously have a strong interest in reducing conflict, ending wars, and obviously the longer that this conflict continues, the greater the risk of escalation and other things like that. It just seems like you guys are so often shifting to the sovereignty of other powers. The United States has a real stake in this, and why be so reluctant about an outcome that might be in the U.S.'s interest?
We're not reluctant about that at all, John. We are doing everything we can to see a diminution of the violence, to see an end to this war. You're right that every day this war goes on, there's the chance of escalation, there's the chance of broader conflict. But to that end, we've done a couple things. Number one, we've been very clear about steps that we are not going to take. President Biden has made very clear that American pilots are not going to operate over Ukrainian airspace. American service members are not going to operate on Ukrainian soil. But number two, we have supported our Ukrainian partners in their efforts to achieve a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. We have supported and we've been in close coordination with our French partners, our German partners, our Israeli partners, our Turkish partners, and others who have engaged directly with Russia diplomatically to see that same outcome achieved. We share the same overriding objective with all of those allies, with all of those partners. So the idea that we are in any way hesitant to see this conflict come to an end as quickly as it can, that is just not something that rings true. And I think it's also fair that no country has done more to support our Ukrainian partners in an effort to bring this conflict to a close in terms of the diplomacy, in terms of the security assistance, in terms of putting pressure on the Kremlin, on President Putin, on those around him who are responsible for this conflict. And we see all of those lines of effort as complementary. Pressure on the battlefield, pressure on the Russian economy, pressure on the Russian financial system, pressure on oligarchs and senior Russian officials personally, and our efforts to support diplomacy, all of those things do support our overarching goal of seeking to find a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. Connor.
To follow up on your comments on our Fox colleagues, in addition to injuring Ben and killing Pierre, this attack also killed one of their Ukrainian producers. It's obviously also not the first attack that injured or killed journalists. Do you believe that journalists are being targeted at all in this war?
We know, of course, that civilians have been killed. We know, of course, that journalists have been killed. There was another American journalist who was killed just a couple days ago, Mr. Renault. We have seen these reports. What we are doing right now is through every piece of information available to us. We are documenting, we are trying to discern the facts. If we determine that there is any intentionality here, intentionality in terms of the intentional targeting of civilians or the intentional targeting of journalists or any other group that should be completely off limits under international humanitarian law, under the Geneva Conventions, under the law of armed conflict, that is something that we would take very seriously, and there would be a very serious response.
Just to follow up on that, so do you guys have like a formal review or an investigation where you're collecting everything, and is there like a U.S. government review, whether you're looking into like war crimes?
There are a number of review mechanisms. We've spoken to the effort that's ongoing with the ICJ, with the UN Commission of Inquiry. The OSCE has its own process. The ICC has its own process. And yes, here within the State Department, we are documenting. We are compiling all of the information, all of the sources of information that we can to document and to form our own conclusion.
Right, but I mean, are you going to send them off to these different institutions, or are you going to come up with your own determination?
Both.
What will be the time frame for that?
We are supporting independent investigations. We're doing our own analysis into what has taken place. I wouldn't want to put a time frame on it, but of course we are, as with all things in this conflict, treating it as a matter of urgency.
Right, based on what you've seen so far, is the administration prepared to say that Russia is committing war crimes?
If we determine that Russia has committed war crimes, we are absolutely determined to make that public. Yes.
I have one on Vienna and also Ukraine.
I have one on Ukraine, if that's
Yeah,
okay.
go.
Okay. I am just wondering about this information, disinformation you guys have been really focused on in Russia. Can or should the U.S. government be providing sources of more accurate information to Russians at this time?
Well, what I will say is that we have undertaken a concerted effort through means that are available to us to do everything we can to get actual, factual, truthful information into what is a pretty closed Russian information ecosystem. We have done that through a number of tactics. As you know, a number of us have spoken on Russian TV, independent stations, including some cases independent stations like Doj, TV Rain, that have been shut down. Also through Russian state-backed outlets as well, those that will have on senior American officials. We use tools like Telegram to convey information as well. Every avenue that we can conceive of that would allow us to channel information into Russia to reach Russian audiences, knowing that the best antidote to disinformation is information. That has been our strategy in speaking to audiences here in the United States and around the world. And it's a challenge when it comes to Russia because President Putin and the Kremlin, they are doing everything they can to further constrict the information space throughout the country. And so we too are trying to get creative in terms of our efforts to channel information in.
What do you mean you're using Telegram exactly? And would the U.S. consider putting any satellite internet resources along the border, things like that?
Well, so let me make a point about internet access in Russia. We know that the Kremlin is engaged in a full assault, as I said before, on media freedom, access to information, and the truth within Russia. Of course, it wants its version of the facts to be the only version of the facts that is available to the Russian people. Moscow's efforts to mislead, they are intensifying. We condemn the Russian government's recent actions to prevent the people of Russia from accessing Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, numerous Russian and international news sites, and certain mobile applications as well. We also condemn the Russian government's passage of a new law that threatens prison sentences for accurately reporting on Putin's war of choice in Ukraine. The people of Russia, we've made this point repeatedly, did not choose this war. President Putin did. Those around him did. They have a right, the people of Russia have a right to know about the death, the suffering, the destruction that is being inflicted by their government in their name on the people of Ukraine. The people of Russia also have a right to know about the human costs of this senseless war, including the costs to Russian service members, to their sons, to their brothers, to their husbands. So for that reason, we support access to the internet by all people, including the people of Russia. Even as we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, we believe that more information is going to be the answer. Putin believes that less information is what's in his interests. So, of course, we want to do all we can to support that information flow into Russia, to see to it that the Russian people have avenues of communication, have a free and open internet available to them. And we call on President Putin and his government to honor Russia's international obligations and commitments, to withdraw Russia's troops from Ukraine's territory, and to respect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of Russia's citizens. And one of those fundamental freedoms is freedom of access to information.
Okay, maybe we can follow up on some more specifics later, but just one more quick question on the chemical weapons possibility. We haven't talked about that in a few days, I guess. Has the Biden administration determined what their response is going to be if Russia uses chemical weapons? Not that you have to detail it here, but do you guys have a response ready to go if Russia does use those weapons in Ukraine?
Kylie, the only thing I will say about that is to reiterate what the president said the other day. If Russia engages in the use of banned agents, including chemical weapons, there will be a severe response from the United States and the international community. Yes?
Just one more on the Vienna talks. As we were walking in, the Iranian foreign minister said that it was on the U.S. to provide the necessary response for a successful outcome. I mean, from that statement, it seems like they're waiting on the U.S. to say something either through the EU or anybody else to try to get back to Vienna.
What I would say is that over the course of the past few weeks, we have made significant progress. We are close. There are external factors involved in this now. There are a small number of outstanding issues. The United States, although not a direct party to the talks, we have worked in good faith. We have sought at every juncture to achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA, knowing that in our assessment, it continues to be the most effective means by which to reimpose permanent, verifiable limits on Iran's nuclear program. There are a small number of outstanding issues. We do think that we would be in a position to close those gaps, to close that remaining distance, if there are decisions made in capitals, including in Tehran, including in Moscow.
One thing that, this morning, the top U.S. military general for the Middle East and the CENTCOM chief, quote, said, quote, that Iran likely has decreasing tolerance for continued U.S. presence in Syria. And then he went on, accordingly, Iran and its proxies are affiliates, and its affiliates are increasing their capabilities and planning to target U.S. and partner interests. And then he goes on about, more troubling increased proliferation of this advanced technology. It continues about all these threats and things that are concerning. So how do you justify striking a deal that doesn't address any of these that impact U.S. national security?
Well, what I would say is that we've been very clear that Iran poses a challenge, poses a threat to the United States, to our allies and partners across different realms. The most significant threat we would face would be a nuclear-armed Iran. There would be no greater challenge to the United States, to our allies, to our partners around the world. That is not to say that Iran's nuclear program is the only challenge we face. Iran supports regional proxies, it supports terrorist groups, it has cyber, it has engaged in malicious cyber activity, it has an active ballistic missile program. But what we know is that if Iran were in the possession of a nuclear weapon, or if it were on the verge of a possession of a nuclear weapon, it could act with far greater impunity. The first thing we want to do is to put Iran's nuclear program back in a box, to take that challenge off the table, so that, working with allies and partners, we can take on the challenge that Iran poses in these other realms much more effectively. We actually see these goals as quite complementary. Knowing that a nuclear-armed Iran is an Iran that would have far greater impunity. And I'll make one other point. Our goal is to put the Iranian nuclear program back in a box. It was in a box until 2018. Prior to 2018, when the JCPOA was in full force, in full effect, we did not see the same kinds of provocations that we have seen even in recent days. So our goal is to put that challenge, take that challenge off the table, and to work with our allies and partners to address the fuller range of threats that we face from Tehran.
The last one, sorry, it's quick. Do you fear Russia could be trying to derail these talks in order to prevent, Iranian oil from coming back on the international market? If presumably that's what they're going to get under the deal.
Well, again, whether or not there is a JCPOA, our posture towards an Iranian oil ban would not change. We would not replace Russian oil with Iranian oil. That would not be on the table. Beyond that, you'll have to speak to Moscow. What I can say is what I've already said, that an Iran that is verifiably, permanently barred, prevented from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon, that is equally in our interest as it is in Russia's interest. Yes, Glass, quick question.
On the previous question on getting information into Russia, who runs the Telegram operation, and do you have an intergovernmental body that is working, coordinating to try to get this kind of information into Russia? Second question, completely different. General McKenzie told Congress that the U.S. has agreed to U.S. plans to sell F-15s to Egypt. Has the State Department formally signed off on that?
We don't speak to potential arms transfers or arms sales until and unless they're notified to Congress, so I just wouldn't have anything to say on that score. In terms of conveying truthful, accurate messaging and information into Russia, that's something that we're very focused on as a government.
State Department?
It's something that the State Department is certainly very focused on. It's something that I know a number of our allies and partners are very focused on as well. And we're focused on it because Moscow has sought to be a purveyor of information that is false, that is misleading, that is disinformation.
I'm sorry, but who in the government is doing this, and is there an interdepartmental body that is coordinating this kind of activities?
These activities are coordinated across the government. Of course, we work closely with the National Security Council, but a lot of this activity does come out of the State Department in terms of speaking directly to Russian audiences. If you've been on our social media channels, if you have seen what we've done with Russian media, independent media, media that is closer to the Russian state, much of that is emanating from the State Department. Of course, our embassy in Moscow is very engaged in this as well, but I'll also make the point that our allies and partners around the world have been doing the same, because the disinformation that we have seen emanate from Moscow targets not only the United States and mischaracterizes not only what we have done, but also what our allies and partners around the world are doing. So it is a shared objective of the United States, of our allies and partners, to fight this disinformation, this misinformation with information, with facts, with truth, for people here in this country, for people around the world, including people in Russia. Thank you all very much. I do not have any travel updates at this time.
decisive. Today is 20th day of the brutal attack on Ukraine, but it's actually 8th year of war, because Russia attacked us in 2014. Russia illegally annexed Crimea. Russia illegally attacked Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast and occupied parts of its territories. We are at war. Russia is at war with us for the past 8 years. But during the past 20 days, this war turned into a full-scale genocide of Ukrainian people. Today we all woke up to bombs and rocket launches at Kyiv. Residential areas in Kyiv have been targeted. It doesn't mean that everywhere else it stopped, because the city of Mariupol for 11 days now continued to be encircled and bombed and shelled and stormed by the Russian troops. The suburbs of Kyiv continue to be shelled at. The Dnipro city was also attacked today. There are also repeated shellings and attacks on pretty much everywhere in Ukraine. In addition to that, we clearly have evidence, and with the help of journalists, everyone has them now, that Russians are not actually targeting our armed forces. They are targeting civilians. They are killing children, pregnant women. They are killing elderly. This is a clear case of genocide. And, you know, these war crimes have been appalling, and there is only one reason why Russians are doing it. They're trying to use this terror to scare us into submission and make sure or force us through this terror to surrender. Now, I've received personally several texts, of course, this night, especially from Kyiv. And the only texts that people are sending me from either Kyiv or used to send from Mariupol before the batteries and connection was out is, we are alive, don't worry, we are safe. Please ensure we have more weapons to fight with. So this is where we are right now. For 20 days, Ukraine is defending our homes, we are defending Ukraine, but we are also defending Europe, and we are defending democracy, and we are defending freedom. Because this is the only reason why Russia attacked us. We are a peaceful country, we never attacked anyone, even though we had all legal rights to reclaim part of Donetsk and Lugansk territories taken in 2014, and Crimea, which is illegally occupied by Russia. We never, during 8 years of war, tried to do it militarily. We always used a diplomatic path, and we always pushed for diplomatic solutions. So the only risk that there is from Ukraine to Russia is that we have chosen to be European, democratic, and free. And if that is something that scares Russian Federation, that none of us is safe. Therefore, right now, you know, the Ukrainian armed forces, President Zelenskyy, our men, women, everyone in Ukraine is very resolute, and we know that we will not surrender. We will fight for our homes. We will continue this fight, and all we need from all of our partners is immediate increase in military support in order to be able to sustain this fight. We also are here to talk about the humanitarian, of course, situation. And it's a humanitarian catastrophe of massive disaster, of massive proportions. First, the loss of lives and the attack on human beings in Ukraine. I mean, the 3 million who were forced to flee the country. People who are in encircled cities without food, water, or access to basic medical supply. Kids who do not go to schools for the past 20 days. All of that. But in addition to that, Russians specifically target all our cultural objects and our churches. If you read the newsline, this is barbaric. You know, the churches, the Greek Orthodox churches, the Greek Catholic churches, the Orthodox churches, synagogues, mosques, nothing is off limit to them. The universities. Some of the universities literally are obliterated. There is nothing left in many cities. And so everything that they are doing definitely does not match the fake pretext that Russians and Russian President Putin said at the beginning of this war. They are attacking the civilians, they're trying to exterminate Ukrainians, and we will not give up. So I would like to finish with only three words and asks. What is it that we need from all of our partners and friends? And we are very thankful for the support, especially for the support that the United States is providing us. But we need, priority number one, more weapons and more tools that our armed forces and all the volunteers and every citizen needs in order to be able to defend our home from brutal foreign invader, Russian Federation. B, we need all the humanitarian assistance that we can get, especially inside Ukraine, especially to those cities and that are encircled. And we need all the diplomatic power that the world can put together in order to force Russia to allow the humanitarian corridors, which they deny us for the past 20 days. And three, we need sanctions. And we've seen that the world put together all the resources and decisiveness in order to put the sanctions on. And the US, we again would like to thank the United States for being a leader in this process. But we need more. We have to isolate Russia completely. They cannot be in any of the international organizations. They cannot sit around the table unless they stop this brutal aggression, ceasefire, and get out from our country. This has implications for all of us. It's not about Ukraine only. The world as we knew it and the security infrastructure, global infrastructure, which all countries worked so hard to set after the World War II, is no longer there. So the question actually to all of us is it okay for an autocratic, aggressive nuclear power to attack a neighboring state and get away with it? And I'm positive that all of us together, all the civilized world, has to answer decisively no. Thank you very much.
Madam Ambassador, Jen, friends. Stalin said the death of one person is a tragedy, the suffering of millions is statistics. It's really important to kind of sit back and imagine what is happening. On the way here, I talked to Gennady Mokhnenko, a minister in Mariupol. He's right now outside the city. In the last 20 years, Gennady, a Protestant minister, has adopted 35 children, 35 orphans. Yesterday, an orphan that he raised from childhood, Victoria Sakharova, just like the Russian physicist and dissident, Victoria Sakharova was killed. She leaves her child, a three-year-old boy who's an orphan. Gennady does not know what is the fate of this boy. You saw the pictures of tanks firing at apartment buildings. That's exactly what happened to Gennady's adopted daughter. Two Orthodox priests have been killed. Actually, three. I think yesterday there was a third one killed. In the last 250 years, every time Russia has taken over any part of Ukrainian territory where the Ukrainian Catholic Church is ministered, it has been strangled. It happened a couple times in the 19th century, it happened in the 20th century, and it was happening now in Crimea and in the Donbass. There are 3 million refugees. We're incredibly grateful to all you and all whom you represent, your audiences. The world has come together to support Ukraine, and Ukraine has won this war morally. I think it's very important to see the positive things in this tragedy. The world has come together. I used to be bishop in Paris for 7 years, And I saw before my eyes how Brexit, how other fissures were breaking apart the European community. There's now new unity, new purpose in the European Union because of the witness of Ukrainians who are giving their life for their friends. You know, Jesus said, it's John 15:13, there's no greater love than when one gives one's life for his friends. And that's why you're inspired. You're here, and the world is watching and listening because it sees the greatest love. It sees the greatest sacrifice. It's really important to help people understand why they are inspired. This is David and Goliath. This is a biblical message. And it's inspiring everybody. Our friends in Japan, we're very grateful for Japanese solidarity and sanctions. Our friends in the Muslim world, who are coming to realize that Ukraine is home to a Muslim population that is fervently, passionately patriotic. It's Ukrainian. In Crimea, the Muslim Tatars were deported by Stalin, welcomed back by Ukraine, and they today, already for 8 years, have been persecuted under the Russian occupation. It's very important for people from Indonesia, from Pakistan, in the Arab countries, to understand that Ukrainians are dying for the freedom of religion of Muslims who are comfortable in Ukraine. There's a Jewish president. Most people can't fathom that 70% of Ukrainians voted for a Jewish candidate. There is great fraternal unity and love in this country. Something that those who drink the Russian Kool-Aid don't understand. People are surprised that Kharkiv is standing up. I talked to the bishop of Kharkiv this morning. The bishop of Kharkiv has received, the Ukrainian Catholic bishop has received an Orthodox bishop who lived on the outskirts. His windows were blown out, his apartment building was damaged, so he's living with the Ukrainian Catholic bishop. There's no electricity tonight. There's a shortage of food and water. But the population is coming together. The churches are feeding people. They're getting humanitarian aid in. Kharkiv is not fully encircled like Mariupol. Over 600 apartment buildings and dwellings in Kharkiv have been damaged or destroyed. Most of the population is left. But the defenders are there. And the question is, will the world help the defenders? We need massive humanitarian aid, and there's been a massive response. But I'll put it bluntly. What good is it if you feed the stomachs of these children, these women, these people in cities, if their brains are going to be blown out? If their buildings, their apartment buildings are going to be rendered into rubble? There needs to be massive defensive and massive humanitarian aid. Hats off, if I may, to countries like Poland. Poland's taken 1.5 million refugees. It's at a saturation point, but if you've been following it, the love. Did you see all those strollers at the Polish border? The Polish population is bringing everything to the fleeing masses. In each case, almost in each case, a family is divided because men cannot leave. So women are leaving with their children. The husbands are staying behind. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians are returning to Ukraine to defend the innocent, to protect the hospitals, to guide and accompany the refugees. There's an incredible moral moment in the world today. The world has not been united like this for decades. And Ukraine is at the center of it. It's a miracle, my friends. So we ask you to pray. Prayer brought down the Soviet Union, not a war, not great policies. A great superpower, armed to its teeth with nuclear weapons, felt like the house of cards it was. It was a moral ruin, and it could not morally stand. We ask you to inform. There's one main reason why Ukraine is being attacked. It's being attacked because it's a democracy, and it has the disease of freedom of the press, freedom of religion, elections, a vital civic society. All of this is a dangerous virus for autocracy, for oligarchic kleptocracy, and for what Putin stands for. It's very sad that today the Russian Orthodox Church in its leadership stands with President Putin. It stands for this war. It stands against the defense of innocence. The most negative example for the Russian population. And this needs to be named. This needs to be called out. We thank you for doing this. We thank you for being careful and vigilant. We thank you for understanding that Ukraine is not threatening Russia. Ukraine had 900,000 soldiers at the time of its independence. It came down to 6,000 battle-ready troops in 2014. Is that a country with aggressive intentions? Ukraine is the first country, dear friends, that unilaterally dismantled its nuclear arsenal in 1994, receiving guarantees from the US, Great Britain, and Russia about its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Is that a country that is threatening anybody? It's threatening with ideas, with its moral stance, with its love. And that has inspired you and inspired the world. And we can be confident that the Lord will be with the people who love. The Lord supported David against Goliath. And your good word, the word of truth, will go out and it will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the both of you for joining us and for talking about everything that you're seeing and witnessing in your country. I'm going to start off with the biggest question I think we are all thinking in the U.S., which is, what do you want to see most from the U.S. and from NATO? You know, we've talked about you want military equipment, but what about some of the other things that you may need from the United States and from NATO that you're asking for, or that you would like to ask for both of you?
Well, I will start with, first of all, you know, you all remember when the war started, this phase of the war, because again, I always reiterate that the war started in 2014. And should the response was more decisive in 2014, we might have not been in this situation now. So we all have to remember it, that in every passing day is a chance to put an end to this war, but we have to be decisive. We have to answer today's challenges with today's decisions, not something we have discussed yesterday. So on the military support, I mean, we are attacked from east, north, south by the army that is much larger than our army. Now, we've seen that army is a demoralized army. We've seen that our brave men and women of the armed forces, National Guard, border guards, and territorial defense are motivated, and they are defending fiercely every inch of our territory. We see that their military soldiers are surrendering by dozens and they have no idea why they are in Ukraine, or they are committing the war crimes because, you know, they don't know what the soldier's honor is. I wouldn't even call them a Russian army, because armies do not fight like this. Armies do not kill children. But what we need is the supply of any type of weapons that we can receive, with a special focus on the anti-air and everything to stop their dominance in the air. Because again, when they saw that they cannot achieve anything on the ground, and I just have to remind you that at the beginning they said that Kyiv would fall in 20 hours. They have sent their troops in without any support or any logistical support for more than 1 or 2 days. When they saw that they are not able to do it, which is a disgrace for an army of whatever, the second largest army, or whatever they claim to be, they resorted to terror. So air is something that we need an urgent support with. Protect Ukraine from these brutal attacks they are doing from the air. And this is the ask number one, and this is something that we are discussing with all of our friends and allies.
Okay. And what are you saying?
I won't repeat, maybe I'll just continue. There's a great need for armored ambulances. There's a great need for medicine, for bandages that clot blood, all kinds of tubes, all kinds of things that in hospitals need to be replaced with each patient. There's a need for insulin. All kinds of medicine is needed in the country. Of course, there's need for food and clothing. But also, it's important to realize that this is a hybrid war. There needs to be cyber protection. There needs to be clear information. Today, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, said, you know, we kind of made a mistake in 2014. Why did people make a mistake? Because they didn't understand. George Bush in 2001 looked into the soul of Vladimir Putin and said, he's straightforward and a trustworthy man. Barack Obama ridiculed Mitt Romney in 2012 when Romney said that Russia is the greatest geopolitical challenge for the United States. We know how the previous president embraced Putin, and on the second day of the invasion called it an act of genius. These kind of either naive, ignorant, or willfully negative stances are influencers. It's very important to understand what the truth on the ground is. And today this message is slowly getting out, but there's still very many, and you know who they are, the purveyors of misinformation. And this needs to be countered.
Talk about a little bit more about the disinformation that we're seeing from Russia. Can you detail some examples where you've seen Russia succeed with their disinformation, and also some examples where, you know, Ukrainians have been able to come back and maybe dispel some of this, some of these mistruths that Russia has been spreading as well?
Well, to be frank, everything coming out from Russia is a disinformation at this moment. Starting from claiming that it's a special operation, not war, claiming that they are not shooting at civilians, claiming that they are somehow there to demilitarize or protect somebody in Ukraine. Everything that we hear from either the Russian leaders or Russian journalists, who I think, you know, it's the propaganda servers, not journalists actually, is not even a misinformation, it's an outright lie. Because what we see, and we all witness it, not only on the ground, but online, thanks to all the journalists, but also to people who are recording and witnessing to the outside world, what we see is brutal, unjustified, unprovoked war crimes that are being committed against Ukrainians on a daily basis. Now, we didn't want Russians to come, neither in Kyiv, nor in Kharkiv, Sumy, Akhtirka, Mariupol, whether we speak Ukrainian, Russian, or any other language, whether we are Christians of any of the denominations, or Muslim, or Jewish, or any other religion, all of us just wanted one thing: to live peacefully in our own country and decide for ourselves what we want to do. To elect our officials, to elect our presidents, change them regularly, fight with each other when we need to fight, argue with each other, make our mistakes, but do it ourselves, without the occupying force that has been occupying Ukraine for the past 400 years, whether it was called Russian Federation, Russian Empire, Soviet Union, or whatever. We just wanted to live as a sovereign country. And everything that they're doing now, from, again, those that take the decisions, to military criminals on the ground in Ukraine, to students who are supporting Mr. Putin in Russia, which is a disgrace again, to so-called journalists, to everyone in Russia who are silent today, who are silently not only approving this, but supporting this. All of them are accomplices to the war crimes that Russians are committing in Ukraine. So, we are doing everything possible, not only to defend our country, but spread the truth about it. And again, I just cannot thank enough to all the brave men and women journalists who are on the ground, risking their lives, witnessing it with their cameras, with their eyes, and spreading the truth.
Jen, you and all of you colleagues, you heard the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, Sergei Lavrov, in Istanbul 4 days ago say, we did not invade. We did not invade. That is how blatant the lie is. On this Sunday, you asked for examples. Patriarch Kirill gave a giant icon of the Mother of God to a leader of the Russian National Guard who said in response, well, we've been a little slow in our advance in this invasion, but with the help of the Mother of God, we will denazify Ukraine. This is happening in the biggest church in the capital of Russia. The Patriarch is giving the Mother of God to these war criminals. The Pope said this was a sacrilege. Pope Francis called it a sacrilege. 700 leaders of Russian universities have come out in support of this war. There's a paranoia. There's a paranoia of propaganda, of fear, and of aggression that is capturing large segments of the Russian population. And that is a big population with many connections who for decades has been presenting a historical narrative, a nostalgia for empire, a plan for recolonization that includes the church, it includes business, it includes the oligarchs. All of a sudden, Mr. Abramovich is, being sanctioned. Did he do something yesterday or the day before? He's been doing this for 20 years, 30 years. But it was convenient for bankers, investment companies, real estate agents, all kinds of businesses in London to have his money. All the fans celebrating Chelsea's victories in soccer did not realize that this was at the cost of the Russian population who was robbed of its resources. All those yachts, those golden toilets. Finally, there's attention to them. It's not news. Those who knew, but nobody was listening to them. It's a giant system built on lies, built on thievery, built on thuggery, built on murder, and today it's trying to save its future by war crimes. This needs to be said very clearly. And finally, it is happening with your help.
Thank you. For you, Ambassador, what is your greatest challenge as a diplomat in navigating this sort of ever-changing situation? On the ground?
Well, none of us is prepared to work in a war. I used to be a Minister of Finance. And when you were introducing me and you recited what I've done when I was a minister, the fiscal consolidation, the debt to GDP ratio, attracting investments, everything, something that I was very proud of, a month ago. Something that I would be stressing on a month ago, but it seems like in another life now. So when my president asked me to serve in this position, and of course I couldn't say no, the task was to develop the strategic relations with the United States, which we successfully put to a new high in 2021. We signed the Strategic Partnership Charter. For the first time, we signed the Defense Framework Agreement. We started developing on all major items of potential cooperation, from economic to financial to human rights to freedom of press. We were at a very good start with the new administration to a much deeper and better relations between our countries. And we share a lot, because I think this passion for entrepreneurship, for freedom, for democracy, and I used to say before the war, and our willingness to fight for it. This is something that unites our countries. I think now I don't need even to say it. Everyone sees it for the past 20 days, that not only we love our country and we love our freedom and democracy, that we are willing to fight for it. We are fighting for it now. But the challenge is, of course, the hardest job is done back home. And I admire our president, our chief commanders, everyone, every man and woman in Kyiv, in Mariupol, in Kharkiv, in Vorzel, in Bucha, in Lviv, in everywhere in Ukraine, who are today 120% of their times are devoted day and night to defense of our country. We, as a small part of our all Ukrainian army, our diplomatic force, are inspired by them, and we work 24/7 too. We will do everything possible to help our country to win this war, to bring Russia to justice, to bring peace to Ukraine, but peace that will also mean victory. Because again, Ukrainians will never surrender.
And for you, Archbishop, how has the Catholic Church been responding to the crisis in Ukraine, in your view, and what more can be done?
The Catholic Church is trying to pray, to inform, and to help. The head of our church this morning called for a particular attention to the aged, who cannot be moved, who cannot escape, who can't even make it down maybe to the bomb shelters or the basements of the apartment buildings. So Sviatoslav Shevchuk, the Major Archbishop of Kyiv, is speaking every day to the world. He's visiting different bomb shelters or soup kitchens in different cities of the country. The bishops and the priests are out there on the front lines. The lay people are volunteers. In these refugee centers, many are preparing food for transport to the west, to the east. There's great difficulty in logistics. It's very difficult to transport anything in a country that is being bombed. But there's also great unity. Many of us are, kind of on edge throughout this whole thing. It's been months when we knew this was coming, and now it's been almost full 3 weeks of this comprehensive war. I know the ambassador hasn't gotten much sleep. But every time we call Ukraine, whether it's relatives or friends, whether it's professional colleagues, I serve as the president of the Ukrainian Catholic University, and I speak with the rector and students on a daily basis. Whether we call church people or people in government, we're inspired. They're saying, it's tough, it's terrible. But there's a deep conviction, there's a deep peace. And that is what is allowing an army that is outnumbered in resources 10 to 1 to stand. That is what is helping people not to panic. You've seen that there hasn't been panic. There are refugees leaving, and mothers need to take their children out of these circumstances. But the men are staying. Hundreds of thousands, probably 200,000 men have joined the territorial defense units. How to organize all of this in 20 days is a big challenge. But the Catholic Church and the other churches that are united, because there's an all-Ukrainian council of churches and religious organizations. Orthodox, Catholics, East and West, Protestants, Muslims, Jews are united in a stance against this war, and they're working each and together for humanitarian aid to help people stand strong.
Okay. Have you spoken directly to Pope Francis about the situation in Ukraine at this point? And if you have, what was discussed?
I spoke to him 5 weeks ago before the war. And I asked him to call Vladimir Putin. And he said maybe that could be done. He said that could be done, like that, with a smile. And I think he's been doing everything he can behind the scenes. You saw he made an unprecedented step. Pope Francis went to the Russian embassy to lodge a protest. And I am convinced that he's made every effort to speak to Putin. And I have some information that he has not gotten responses to his gestures towards Patriarch Kirill, but I think that will change. I am hoping the Russian church leadership will open up and hear the gospel. Do not kill.
Talked about the humanitarian crisis, and Poland is almost at capacity receiving refugees. How are you engaging with your counterparts from Poland and from other countries receiving refugees? What support do they hope to receive from, say, the U.S. in helping to manage all of this?
Well, I think, even before the war started, we have been working on a daily basis with not only our colleagues from the United States, and I mean, we have to give credit to the administration, because before the war, Secretary Blinken was on the phone with pretty much all leaders and everyone who he could reach, and President Biden, in order to deter Russia from this. So of course now we are focusing on this 20 days, but there was a big, effort to deter it, and of course, it was difficult to do it, as the decision to start the war is only one person's decision. But right now, we are working very closely, and again, I would like to thank all of our neighbors that are today helping us, helping with defensive weapons, helping with humanitarian support, and welcoming our people through the border, trying to help in any way possible. So, of course, there is a big coordination center in all of these countries on the ground. There is big coordination center and lots of work with the authorities from Kyiv. And again, you have to understand that it's also remarkable, not only that our president has said, I'm staying in Kyiv, I'm in Kyiv, I'm fighting together with my people, I'm leading my country through this, but the cabinet of ministers, every minister being bombed at, is working day and night. The infrastructure, the electricity grid, everything. Trying to organize the logistic inside the country. The firefighters and other people who are reacting quickly to these bombings of the peaceful civilians and to our homes. So we are working, but we're also working here, all of the ambassadors, and I will not name them because I don't want to miss anyone, but all the ambassadors from European countries, and not only from European countries, from the CARICOM countries, from South America, Japan. We are in constant contact with all of our friends and allies, trying to find a way how to do it better. And I think on the humanitarian assistance, again, there is this big willingness and readiness, and we're doing everything possible. But our message to not only to the United States, but to all of our friends and allies, we have to understand that we are living now in the 1939 moment. It's not enough just to help Ukraine to fight it on our territory. We have to do it together. Because Putin repeatedly said, and all of his leaders around him, and everything that we hear from Russia, that they will not stop in Ukraine. That it's not only about Ukraine. It's about redrawing the borders in Europe. It's about redrawing the security infrastructure. It's about rebuilding that empire. So none of us who is democratic and believes in democracy is safe. And we have to act faster, and we have to unite, and we have to give a decisive response while it's still local. Because people in 1939 failed to do so. And we cannot afford to do it this time.
Okay. This question comes from a National Press Club member, Rick Dunham. Ukraine has maintained a friendly relationship with China, but China has also recently restated its no limits relationship with Russia. It is widely reported that Russia has requested military assistance from China. What risk does China run with the relationship with Ukraine and the world if Beijing chooses to offer Putin a military or economic safety net to help him prosecute the war in Ukraine? I think they recently mentioned that they could potentially give missiles, for instance, to the Russians as they run out. So, thoughts on that?
Well, we didn't see the confirmations. We saw the discussion in the press, but I just want to say that Russia is becoming a pariah state with the massive economic sanctions, with the solid response from the collective civilized world, with 141 countries joining the UN resolution to condemn Russia's actions, and only 4 countries actually supporting these actions. And I don't think anyone would want to join this club of the pariahs of these 5 countries, including Russia. So the economic sanctions that have been implemented already, especially on the financial and banking system and trade, and we're very grateful to the US for the embargoes on the energy resources, and we really hope that all European countries will join as well. But all of that is not only affecting Russia, which it should, but it also sends a very clear message to all other countries that if they decide to play the game of helping Russia right now, then they would make their economies and their people a target for any type of secondary sanctions. And as much as, we saw the statements before the war from the meetings of the leaders of China and Russia, I don't think China wants to be associated and have blood on their hands. I don't think China wants to risk all of the economic progress and development associating or helping a war crime country like Russia. So again, we of course will respond to any official communication and comment on it, but I think it's pretty clear, it should be pretty clear for any country on our planet that they have to be on the side of the light, and they have to do everything possible to stop the evil rather than helping it. And it's equally so about those countries which are trying to help Russia to bypass some of the sanctions, smaller countries, and make some money for their budgets out of it. Those are bloody money, and countries should be aware of it. And like many, and it's equally so about corporations. Those companies that were not sanctioned, or those sectors that were not sanctioned. But we see so many of American, especially companies that are voluntarily limiting their businesses in Russia and leaving. Because they remember how those that helped Hitler during something they live up to. So I think, again, it's for countries, for companies, for everyone, this is a moment of truth.
I think we have some time just for a few more questions. The end of this crisis, the end of this war.
There is only one person that started it, Mr. Putin, and there is one person who has to stop it. So, again, it's very black and white. It's Russia that crossed our border. It's Russia that attacked our country. It's Russia that is shelling our cities and killing our civilians. Now, as our president said, from the day one, and we're responding to any possibility to have the negotiations and to have diplomacy working on humanitarian corridors and everything else. But any, good faith negotiations require stopping ceasefire and stopping killing us. There is nothing Ukraine did to start it, and there is nothing we can do to actually stop them shooting at us. It's up to them. So we have a saying in Ukraine that if Russia stops shooting, the war will stop. If Ukraine will stop shooting today, our country will disappear. So it's totally up to Russia. But again, we will never stop trying to use any diplomatic channel, and we will respond and we will go talk. And our president repeatedly said that he's ready to talk with any of the moderators directly, in order to relay our position and in order to be able to stop this war.
Okay.
But without surrendering. That, I think, we have been very clear from day one.
I've heard some stories from both of you on what you've been hearing about and from people on the ground in Ukraine. But looking back on the last 20 odd days, what is the story that has impacted you the most personally?
There are so many. It's really difficult to pick one. People who are women given birth in the bomb shelters. Children, for 20 days living under the constant attack. A 10-year-old girl shot by a Russian tank in the suburbs of Kiev. People lying on the ground. I mean, we've seen this photos from the territories that temporarily controlled by the Russian forces to the north of Kiev, where near the churches, our priests have to bury people in the mass graves without even knowing who they are, because there are people lying on the streets in the center of Europe, dead bodies, in the 21st century. So all of it.
Maybe most striking for me has been that video clip of the mother and two children in Irpin being led out, trying to dash across a street in there with their little suitcases and being hit by a mortar. That man, those who were behind that mortar, they knew what they were doing. They saw that that was a woman with two children with little wheelbarrows, and they obliterated them. That was filmed by American journalists, one of whom, not the filmers, but in that same city was killed 2 days later. It's before the eyes of the world. And that's iconic, it's symbolic of both the helplessness, but the great courage of journalists and the great will of the country to maintain its dignity. The priests that are going down into bomb shelters. My friends, the bishops in Kharkiv, a city, he said last night we couldn't sleep. It was being hit by so many rockets. But they're at peace. Ultimately, in a deep place in their hearts, they're at peace, they're serving, and they're not afraid. People are not afraid of death. We don't know how to deal with death anymore in many Western societies in the 21st century. We think it's the abyss, that it's the end. But most civilization is built on a belief in eternal life, and the fact that we're called to live with God. And those who are fearless before death witness to a faith in eternal life. And I think that is a witness that is deeply touching the world today, and it's deeply touching my heart.
Well, thank you so much to the both of you for sharing all of that. Before we conclude today's discussion, let me take a moment to thank Headliners co-team leaders Donna Leinwand-Legere and Lori Russo, as well as immediate past president Lisa Matthews, who helped organize today's event. Club Communications Director Kate Helster and Club Executive Director Bill McCarran. I'm going to ask one last question. I know many people in the American public want to know how can they help. What are some of the ways that we can help from here?
Well, first, of course, express your opinion and your willingness to stand with Ukraine. It's very important, I think. Again, for us, being a democratic country, and our leaders listening and leading now the country together with people. And that's why Russians actually are abducting our mayors, because all Ukrainian mayors are standing and fighting with their cities and organizing a defense, and there is nothing Russians can do. They are scaring them, they're offering them money, but they are staying with people, even in the encircled cities. So I think this is where, you know, every American can make a difference and essentially say that we see this big support here on the street of Washington. Everything is blue and yellow. You know, convey this to your government. Convey it to your congressmen, senators. Convey it to everyone here that American people are with Ukrainian people. And help in any way possible. Any help is important now and very, very much appreciated. If you can help with donations, do that. And we have a number of accounts in Ukraine, a number of organizations that can effectively put it to use. If you can help with welcoming some of the refugees, we're very grateful for that. We also would like to ask American universities to help. We have many Ukrainian students who are here in the universities, and we would like them to continue studying. We would like them, it's our greatest resource when we will win, because there is no question in our mind that we will win this war. And we will need to rebuild our country. And all these talents that we have here, we will need them. But we need help from the American universities, because some of them have lost everything in Ukraine. Some of their parents are fighting for the country now. So whatever can be done in order to allow them and provide them scholarships in order to continue studying in the US. So in every field there is something anyone can do to make a difference. And we would appreciate any help.
Thank you.
I would ask Americans to pray, and I explained why, to inform. And in terms of help, there's a few concrete things. Before the refugees can come here, there needs to be a policy for these refugees. There is no policy. The US is way behind the European countries. There's good intention. We receive in our offices countless phone calls of people who are willing to receive refugees, but they can't get visas. They can't get into the United States. This needs to be very clearly addressed. Great Britain is behind. The US is behind. Poland has given an example. The other neighboring countries, the countries in the heart of Europe, Germany and Western Europe and France have given an example. US needs to move. There needs to be scholarship programs not only for the students that are here, but the students that are refugees. Most of them are women, because young men students cannot leave. So programs for women and children. In Poland, by the end of this week, there will be, I heard 500,000 Ukrainian places for Ukrainian children in schools. Poland has opened up the schools to the Ukrainian children that have been brought out by their parents. We need these kind of actions here in the United States, and medical supplies, armored ambulances, all kinds of hospital supplies, all kinds of drugs and surgical instruments. These are particularly needed.
Well, thank you again to the both of you for coming. You're welcome here any day of the week, every day if you want. We're happy to host you so you can continue to talk about what's happening.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
clear that Vladimir Putin is not the cause of this rampant inflation that began at the beginning of the year, was fed by the $2 trillion so-called rescue package, which produced exactly what Larry Summers predicted, 40-year high inflation. So let there be no confusion about the reason we're in this inflationary spiral. With regard to the ongoing war in Ukraine, it seems to me the President believes that any effort to help the Ukrainians is potentially provocative to the Russians. Look, the provocation's already occurred. The war is underway. We need to do any and everything we can to help our Ukrainian friends, short of, as we all agree, putting American troops across the NATO line. All of the eastern NATO countries want to be helpful. We ought to be encouraging them to be helpful and not trying to deter their efforts to get arms of all kinds into the Ukrainians as rapidly as possible.
You've probably heard a number of our Republican senators get up on the floor and talk about COVID mandates, and later today we're going to vote on repealing the federal transportation mask mandate. Now that's, of course, a mandate that has been in effect for a while. It'll be interesting to see how Democrats decide to vote on that, but I think it's really ironic that the administration to this day still hasn't repealed the rule that requires toddlers to wear masks even when they're out on the playground. So this is an issue that a lot of us have been talking about for a long time, but leave it to this administration to worry more about toddlers wearing masks even when they're out on the playground, or people wearing masks when they're traveling, instead of the historic price hikes that we're seeing, not only in energy, but all the other things that people buy in this country. These inflationary increases are historic in size and scope, and they're the things that the American people care deeply about. In fact, a typical family, we're told, is going to pay $2,000 more this year for gasoline than they did last year. And the administration is now shamelessly trying to say these are Putin's price hikes, or this is corporate greed. Let's be clear about this. This is a direct result of policies that this administration has put in place that have demonstrated a hostility toward energy in this country. The president campaigned on and ran against oil and gas companies in this country and putting them out of business. And we are seeing today a direct consequence and the results of those policies. So if you look at the last 14 months, gas prices have been going up steadily. This isn't something that happened overnight as a result of the conflict in Ukraine. This, again, is a direct result of this administration's campaign and crusade to put oil and gas companies out of business. You don't have to look very far in the distant past to see when America had energy independence. And it is a result of an all-of-the-above energy policy. We can get there again, but this administration is going to have to dramatically change course in order for that to happen.
The Biden energy policies have resulted in record high prices at the pump for American consumers. And in some places across America today, people are paying $5 a gallon for gasoline. Joe Biden says it's because of Vladimir Putin. Well, that's not the case. If you just take a look at what prices were like when Joe Biden took office, gallon of gasoline, $2.38 the day Biden became president. It's probably lower than that the day he was elected president. Went up when he became president, and now, before the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the price at the pump was $3.53 in the United States. This is all on Joe Biden. Families in America know that in Joe Biden's first year as president, they paid over $1,000 more for energy than they did the year before. Joe Biden is the president of high gas prices. He surrendered our energy dominance to Vladimir Putin. We were the #1 producer in the world. We're now #3. It was a cash cow for Putin to fund his killing machine. And now the White House is trying to play catch up. The spokesperson at the White House said that, well, we're producing at record numbers. That's not true. We're producing about 1.4 million barrels less a day. 1.4 million barrels less a day than we were right before the pandemic. Big difference. The White House also uses an excuse that they say there are a number of leases out there that haven't been used. Many of them are tied up in red tape coming out of this administration. The lease is just the first step. You need to then get a permission to drill for the energy, and they are blocking those permits. It's like if you rented an apartment, you paid the rent, and then they don't give you the key to move in. Joe Biden has been fighting American energy, as oil, gas, coal, since day #1, and that's because he is a puppet on the string pulled and controlled by the climate elitists. Joe Biden would rather turn to dictators, like those in Iran and those in Venezuela, rather than turn against the climate elitists who dictate the energy policy of that Democrat Party and of his presidency. So now he's trying to pass the buck to Vladimir Putin. The American people are not buying it. They know we have the energy in the ground here. They know we have workers here who can get and deliver that energy to market. CBS poll on Sunday showed that 63% of Americans say we should be using more American oil and gas. That's the way to lower the price at the pump.
So last week, the Congress passed a 2,700-page appropriations bill. Hard to believe that any member of the Congress had time to read all 2,700 pages from the time it was done until the time we voted on it. And there were some really good things in that bill. Money to defend the country, money to help the Ukrainians, more money for the National Institute of Health, more money for Pell Grants, more money for individuals with disability Education Act. But that's no way to do business. We all know that. So I was trying to think, when was the last time we even came close to doing this in the right way, and when did we get started? So it was my first year in the Senate, 2011. We passed the bill for the year before in April of that year, so passing a bill in March, no excuse not to go forward. Senator Herb Kohl and I took our Ag FDA bill to the floor in late October, spent about 2 or 3 weeks on it, and it passed November 1. And with it, we added the Commerce, Justice, Science bill and Transportation and Housing and Urban Development, signed into law by the end of November. Out of the Senate conference, signed into law, and we passed all the rest of the bills between then and the 23rd of December. People need to see us do our work in the right way. Members need to have a chance to participate and amend those bills and see if their ideas are good enough to get a majority of their colleagues to join them. The country's tired, and the member of Congress is tired of one big bill, usually in the following year, that nobody gets a chance to read. Doesn't mean it would have been a mistake not to defend the country. It would have been a mistake not to increase defense spending. It would have been a mistake not to help the Ukrainians. But there are other ways to do this, and now is not too late to get started for this year.
Folks, we need to get real about what's happening with our fuel prices. And the Biden administration wants everyone to believe that the price at the pump is all Putin's fault. And we know that's not true. Fuel prices have been going up since day one of the Biden administration. And how did that happen? One, he stopped the Keystone XL pipeline. That was on day one. He has certainly banned any new drilling and then come along with all of the red tape as Senator Barrasso outlined, for actually drilling to get those resources here in the United States. And the president has failed to live up to his promises when it comes to biofuels all across the Midwest, which would benefit the entire United States if we would utilize more of our homegrown energy resources. So let's not be fooled. The president is literally gaslighting the American people. He feels if he says it enough, people are going to believe that fuel prices were Putin's fault. We know that's not true. So, folks, let's all step up. Let's push this administration to get over their deranged climate policy, and let's unleash American energy.
So all across Florida, we have families now that are going to food banks because food prices are up. We have families all across our state they're struggling. Gas or food for their kids. That's what's going on all across Florida. Last week it was down CPI 7.9%, almost a 40-year high. Wholesale prices up 10% we got today. This is unprecedented. This is all because Biden doesn't care about the poor people in this country. He don't care about people on fixed income. He is causing all this. We need to do these things. We need an Operation Warp Speed to get energy exploration done in this country now, and it's got to get started. We've got to streamline the permitting process. The federal government is a pain in the rear to do business with. We've got to reduce regulatory environment in this country. If we want to get more jobs, we want to get lower inflation, we got to get more people in business. The Biden administration is not focused on it. Take Tampa. Tampa's got the highest inflation rate in the entire country right now, 11.8%. Think about how many individuals' income is going up at almost 12% a year. Very few. It's all caused because of what Biden's doing.
Peter McConnell. Good afternoon. You talked about what is a bridge too far for the United States involving Ukraine. But how do you say no when Zelenskyy comes before the Congress virtually tomorrow and he's going to ask for specific things and going to come down hard, asking for no-fly zones? How do you say we're going to help you, but...
Well, my guess is that everything he's going to request is something we ought to be doing. And so my individual response to that would be yes. Unfortunately, the administration keeps on dragging its heels. Even when they do the right thing, they do it too late. And the administration needs to get the message. We need to help the Ukrainians in every conceivable way, and we need to do it right now. Not only us, but our NATO allies, who seem to be way more anxious to help the Ukrainians than this administration.
So you're convinced that his requests are all, syncopata with what you're saying. He's not going to ask for a no-fly zone. He's not going to whipsaw Congress.
He already knows that the U.S. is not going to engage directly in Ukraine. We are not going to enforce a no-fly zone in Ukraine. But there are a lot of weapons that are extremely effective in controlling the air. A good example of that are the MiGs that the Poles were anxious to send to Ukraine, which the administration apparently discouraged them from doing.
So, just to follow up, would you support sanctions against China if they help Russia evade Western sanctions, or whether they send military hardware to Russia?
Look, I think we are open to applying any pressure we possibly can, not only on Russia, but those who try to help Russia.
Leader McConnell, will you insist on changes to the House-passed bill, the energy ban? Will you insist on changes to that bill or any legislation to force the administration's hand on the Ukraine aircraft issue?
Well, I think it's pretty clear. I haven't met anybody in the Senate who's not in favor of seeing those MiGs get into Ukraine. Exactly how to make that happen is still under discussion.
You said this morning in your floor speech that the Soft on Crime Brigade is supporting Judge Jackson's nomination, but I'm wondering how you reconcile that statement with the FOP, all the other police and law enforcement groups that have endorsed Judge Jackson.
I was just talking about some of her support groups, and they're always anxious to talk about groups that support our nominees when we have a Republican president. What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
gentlemen. Thank you. Please sit down. Well, thank you not only for being here, but for what you did. I want to thank the Vice President Harris and the congressional leaders who are here today. You know, in a moment I'm going to sign this bipartisan government funding bill. But with this bill, we're going to send a message to the American people, a strong message that Democrats and Republicans can actually come together and get something done, right, Nance? And to fulfill our most basic responsibilities. To keep the government open and running for the American people, serving the American people, investing in your communities, and investing in the American people and doing it in a fiscally responsible way. This bill also includes historic funding, $13.6 billion, to address Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the impact on surrounding countries. Putin's aggression against Ukraine has united people all across America, united our two parties in Congress, and united freedom-loving world. And it's an act with urgency and resolve that we're doing right now that you've provided me the ability to do. I want to thank the congressional leadership for working so quickly to make sure we have the resources we need, economic, humanitarian, and security, to continue our forceful response to this crisis. We've already committed more than $1.2 billion in security assistance to the people of Ukraine just over the past year. And I know all of you know that. It's preaching to the choir here. But we've been providing anti-armor, taking out tanks, anti-air capabilities directly to the Ukrainian forces. And we're also facilitating significant shipments of security assistance from our allied partners to Ukraine. With this new security funding and the drawdown authorities in this bill, we're moving urgently to further augment the support to the brave people of Ukraine as they defend their country. And I'll have much more to say about this tomorrow, about exactly what we're doing in Ukraine. We're also going to be better positioned to provide for the rapidly growing humanitarian needs of the Ukrainian people. This war has turned nearly 3 million Ukrainians into refugees, with numbers growing every single day. And that's on top of the 12 million people who require humanitarian assistance inside of Ukraine. The United States is helping to lead the global humanitarian response with our partners in Europe and well beyond Europe. In just the past few weeks, we provided nearly $293 million in humanitarian assistance to people in Ukraine and in neighboring countries. Our experts are on the ground in Poland and in neighboring countries where the Vice President just came back from to make real-time assessments of a rapidly evolving crisis, to get urgently needed humanitarian supplies to the people in need now. We're airlifting emergency relief supplies into staging positions in the region, supplies like high thermal blankets, water treatment equipment, so that they can be shipped into Ukraine. We're providing essentials like soap and laundry detergent, simple sounding things to refugees who fled with literally nothing but the clothing on their backs. We're working with partners to supply access to safe drinking water and to food rations to the people affected by this conflict. With the U.S. support, the World Food Program has already purchased 20,000 metric tons of food to address the growing needs of individuals affected by this conflict. It's exceedingly difficult to get supplies into Ukraine while the Russian onslaught continues. But we're managing to get supplies into Ukraine regularly thanks to the bravery of so many frontline workers who are still at their post. And we are supporting food assistance at refugee reception centers in frontline countries like Moldova. With billions more included in this bill for new humanitarian assistance, we're going to be able to quickly ramp up our response and help alleviate the suffering that Putin's war is causing the Ukrainian people and the region. This bill also provides necessary economic support for Ukraine and Ukraine's neighbors that are impacted by this war. Things like loan guarantees, direct financial support, including to address the needs like energy and cybersecurity. This bill is also going to help face our challenges here at home. It sends a clear message to the American people that we're investing in safety, health, and the future of Americans. Let me just mention a couple of highlights, starting with community safety. We know what works to make our communities safer, and that's investing in prevention and community police officers so that they can walk the streets, know the neighborhoods, and who can help restore trust and safety in the communities. The answer is not to abandon our streets or to choose between safety and equal justice. It's in this funding bill which we make sure we do both. This budget invests in funding for agencies like the FBI and U.S. Marshals, the Drug Enforcement Agency, but also includes funding for COPS programs to increase community policing and the ability of the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms to tackle gun crime, and it funds entirely new community violence intervention programs just at the Department of Justice. Community violence interruption programs are programs where trusted community members work directly with the people who are most likely to commit or become victims of gun crime. I had a chance to meet with those leaders in one of the programs in New York City not long ago. I saw the difference they were making every day. We know these programs can dramatically reduce violence, and we're going to fund a lot more of them. This bill also includes grants for state and local law enforcement and crime prevention programs. We're talking about drug treatment programs, school violence prevention programs, programs where people who might end up in prison instead get mandatory mental health care that they need. Part of the safety before any crime is committed. Part of the safety is the ability to feel safe from gender-based violence. I wrote a Violence Against Women Act with many in this room years ago, 28 years ago, to provide protection against domestic violence, stalking, sexual assault, and to support survivors and help them find a way out of those abusive situations they were locked into because they had no means to leave, with support for rape crisis centers as well as housing and legal assistance. The law has saved lives, and that's helped women rebuild their lives and make children a heck of a lot safer. Today, with this bill, we reauthorize and strengthen the Violence Against Women Act. For example, we're doing more to help survivors in rural areas and in underserved communities. Tribal courts will now be able to exercise jurisdiction over non-native perpetrators of sexual assault and sex trafficking. And we're providing more support for legal services and for law enforcement to get the training they need to help handle the trauma survivors are experiencing. I'll have more to say about the Violence Against Women Act tomorrow as well. We're going to be able to fund significant areas in common ground in this bill, especially in areas that I call in my State of the Union address a unity agenda. The things that we can accomplish together, Democrats and Republicans. Two elements of that agenda are, one, beat the opioid epidemic, and two, take on the challenges of mental health, which have been exacerbated because of the COVID problem. This bill supports opioid response grants that are funding that we provide to states to support opioid prevention, treatment, and recovery services. We also included funding for states and support mental health services, as well as additional funding for children's mental health services, which has increased exponentially. I've also called for increasing Pell Grants to make colleges more affordable. And that is, anyone making less than $50,000 a year, they're eligible for a Pell Grant. This bill delivers increasing the maximum Pell Grant by $400, which will make a difference in a lot of lives. And I'd like to add a word about another investment this bill makes, one that I expect will pay dividends for hope, healing, and for our economy for generations to come. And it's called ARPA-H, Advanced Research Project Agencies of Health. This will be a new kind of entity, an engine for innovation, a place where we'll do the high-risk, high-reward research that can drive unprecedented progress in biomedicine. It's based on DARPA, the Defense Department's Advanced Research Project Agency, that has led to breakthroughs in technologies that protect our national security, like the internet, GPS, and so much more. ARPA-H will have a singular purpose: to drive breakthroughs to prevent, detect, and treat diseases including cancer, Alzheimer's and diabetes, and other diseases. And by the way, we're proving that we can invest in the American people in a fiscally responsible way. Last year, the deficit dropped for the first time since 2015. It fell by $360 billion last year. And this year, it's on track to drop by more than $1 trillion. After 4 years in a row of increasing deficits before I took office, we're now on a track to see the largest ever decline in the deficit in American history. So let me close with this. Today, we're again showing the American people that as a country, we can come together as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents and do big things. That our democracy can deliver and outperform autocracies. And that there's nothing we can't do when we do it together as the United States of America. So I'd like to now invite up my Budget Director, Shalonda Young, and all the members of the Congress here today while we sign this bipartisan government funding bill. Thank you all very much.
I'm next to you, Shalonda.
Ready?
Speaker.
I know we usually hand out pens to everyone who's done this, but you're all going to get a pen, but we didn't have 15 pens up here, so I'm going to make sure you get it when we finish.
I wanted to make sure my signature is legible.
Well, it is.
See how faint mine is and how dark his is.
Yeah, I know. I tell you what, Nancy. Anyway, I'm going to give it a shot here, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Give the pen to Shalonda. Shalonda, you get it.
Oh,
yes.
Thank you.
Great job, Mr. President.
No, you guys did that. Good to see you, man. How you doing?
Respond to Mitch McConnell, who says you're showing weakness against Putin. President Biden, what will your message be in Europe?
Mr. President, are you doing everything to increase U.S. energy production?
Mr. President, you have a message for President Zelenskyy tomorrow?
Mr. President, what do you have to say about the deaths of Americans in Ukraine?
Mr. President, what about the COVID funding?
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to the White House. It's the biggest crowd we've had since we got here. I'm Joe Biden. I'm Jill Biden's husband. I'm proud of it. Welcome to Women's History Month celebration. We're honored to have what may well be the most inspiring event we've had at the White House so far. I've often said that America's strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. And I mean that. Look at, I was going to say, look at this stage, but that's enough too. Look at the stage. But there's been a little change in the arrangement of who's on the stage because of the First Lady's husband contracting COVID. But look at this room and what you see. Pardon? That's right. She's fine. It's me. That's not together. The second lady, the first gentleman. How about that? Anyway, an incredible group of members of Congress led by Nancy Pelosi, the first woman speaker. I believe will be considered one of the greatest speakers in our history. She knows I've been saying it for years. And members of the most diverse cabinet in the history of this country. The first to have an equal number of women and men in the cabinet. I'm enormously proud of this team. One person I'm particularly proud of was going to be introducing me is Kamala Harris. But Kamala, as I said, Kamala chose not to take a chance since her husband had contracted COVID, although he's feeling very well, I'm told. By the way, when he tested, he's fine, but out of abundance of caution, she decided she wasn't going to join us today. But let's send her our love, because she's something else. And I know how proud she is of our team. Avril Haines, the first woman to lead our intelligence community as Director of National Intelligence. Stand up, come on. Stand up. She does everything in secret. That's why she didn't want to stand up. Former Governor Jennifer Granholm, the Energy Department. I often kid her, and I wasn't kidding early on when I was seeking the nomination. Had she been born in America, she'd be standing here and I'd be sitting there. She was a former governor of the state of Michigan. Michigan, wrong. She was a former state, she was a governor. I'm teasing, but we often kidded about it. And Isabel Guzman, Small Business Administration, where Catherine Tai, a U.S. Trade Representative, she knows how to cut a deal. And C.C. Rouse, Chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. A number of members are not here today because they're out traveling on behalf of the administration. Janet Yellen, the first female Secretary of the Treasury. Deb Haaland, the first Native American person in the cabinet as Interior Secretary. Gina Raimondo, former governor leading the Commerce Department. Marcia Flood, Housing and Urban Development Vice If I stole any more members of Congress, I would have been in real trouble with Nancy. And Shalonda Young, newly confirmed just minutes ago. Where is she? Shalonda, stand up. Where's Shalonda? Where are you? Where is she? I guess she's not. Okay. Lead the Office of Management and Budget. And Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, who is at the United Nations and does an incredible job. It's not just the cabinet. We have women in senior roles in every level here at the White House, across the administration, many of whom are here today, and something I'm very proud of. I kept my commitment to nominate the first black woman to the Supreme Court. She's really good. And that's not all. We have confirmed more black women to the Circuit Court of Appeals than every previous administration combined. As a matter of fact, 75% of my judicial nominees are women. It matters. It matters. Above all, we see the power of each and every one of you and the example that they, in fact, give the whole country. You know, I want to thank you all for being here at home and all those who are helping me helping the administration around the world. That includes a special guest of the First Lady and the First Lady of Iceland, Eliza Reid. Eliza, where are you? Stand. She is a real champion for gender equality. We had a nice long talk. Women's History Month is an opportunity to honor the legacy, the vision, and the achievements of trailblazing women and girls who've built, shaped, and strengthened the very character of this nation. And despite hardships and exclusion and discrimination, women won the right to vote, campaigned against injustice, shattered countless barriers, and expanded the possibilities for all Americans. I think you underestimate all you've done. They came before us, and they're all here today from all across the country as well, especially everyone who has gotten through this pandemic. Frontline workers and service members, researchers and teachers, caregivers, leaders in their communities. Today, I'm honored to be with some of the world's greatest soccer players who happen to be women. The U.S. women's national team, both past and present, please, I'm going to ask you to come up on the stage. You couldn't see him anyway, because everybody else is standing. This is, they've won World Cups, the Olympics, gold medals, and, and for after much too long, equal pay. Yeah. Equal pay. Today's Equal Pay Day. And they just came for an event that discussed our administration's effort to close the pay gap. So thank you so much. And by the way, you're not only helping yourself, you're helping us get it done for other women. Thank you. Yes, thank you. That's the way you say it. All right. Thank you. And look, we're doing so by expanding access to good-paying jobs, lower costs for child care and elder care so women can get back to work or their families can have economic security. And earlier today, I signed an executive order to promote efforts to achieve pay equality and pay equity for employees of federal contractors. And it's my hope that this sets an example for all private companies to follow as well. That's the purpose of what I did. Let me just close with this. Gender equality is not a women's issue alone. It benefits everybody. That's a fact. It benefits everyone. Our society, our economy, and our country. And I hope you're able to walk through the wonderful exhibit we have downstairs celebrating Women's History Month and the history of the journey of America. Back in February, I was in Lorain, Ohio, outside of Cleveland, to talk about a new infrastructure law that was going to transform our nation. It was the day before the birthday of Lorraine's most famous, one of her most famous daughters, Nobel Prize winner and Pulitzer Prize winner, and one of Jill's favorite authors, Toni Morrison. Toni was also the mother-in-law of Dr. Rouse, one of our nation's top economic thinkers. Ms. Morrison left us words to live by. She said, "We've got more yesterdays than anybody. We need some kind of tomorrow. We need some kind of tomorrow." Downstairs is a display honoring Toni Morrison and that singular belief in tomorrow. That singular belief that in America, anything is possible. I was once asked by Xi Jinping in China, how could I define America? I said, yes, in one word, God's truth, in one word, possibilities. We believe anything is possible in this country. And that singular power of example shows our daughters, our granddaughters, not a single thing a man can do that a woman can't do as well or better. And by the way, I can honestly say without fear of contradiction, from the time my daughter was born, our daughter was born, so the time our 4 granddaughters were born, I've told them every day they could listen that there's not a single thing they can't do. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And they are living proof of that truth. I want to start talking about my granddaughters now, if I can. But, you know, especially the women I'm honored to introduce, and who has more influence on them and has set an example that I think I'm just fortunate, and they're fortunate to have witnessed and be part of. And with that, let me introduce the First Lady of the United States. Before she comes up, I want you to know, everybody knows I love her more than she loves me. I'm going to tell the story, Joe. Tell the story. When we first got to the Vice President's office, as those of you who are from Washington know, you walk down the steps from the Eisenhower building, you're looking right into the Vice President's office. And the windows, I think, are 16 feet high, and they have 12 big panes of glass, and 4 of them going across the office. I think it's 4. And so Jill's favorite day of the year is Valentine's Day. And so she had gotten, as a professor or teacher, she's still teaching full time, a teacher, she got that erasable paint you can, use. And she, on every window, she got the maintenance guy to bring up a ladder. And every window, she put a big heart, and she said, "Joe loves Jill." Swear to God, in every single window. Well, my press person came to me because she did it in the evening, and the night before Valentine's Day, and he said, "Look, they want you to go on CBS tomorrow morning to talk about Valentine's Day. We think you should do it." Her name, the interviewer was Juju Chang, and Juju, we were sitting there in the Vice President's large office with all the shades pulled in the dark and just the lights on, the Klieg lights, and we're about knee to knee. And while we're getting ready, Juju Chang looks at me and says, "Everybody says you and your wife have a great love affair going." I said, I think so. I said, but everybody knows I love her more than she loves me. And she looked me straight in the eye, gave me her, and said, "That's what they say." Ladies and gentlemen, the love of my life and the life of my love. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Gosh. Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I never get tired of saying that. And Eliza, I'm so glad to meet you. And we were talking to Eliza earlier, and she was saying she had 4 children. And I said, no wonder you're on the road. You know, looking around this room at so many women who have blazed trails and shattered glass ceilings, I'm so grateful that all of you have joined us. And gosh, it's been so long since I've seen so many of you due to the pandemic. It's just great that you've joined us today. So thank you to all of you who are here. And we really appreciate your coming. And I can't help but think of a woman whose name isn't in our history books, and that's my mother. She was a stay-at-home mom, the mother of 5 girls, and we lived in a suburb of Philadelphia. And she spent her days trying to complete a to-do list that was never quite done. But she was really a terrible cook. You know, we ate frozen fish sticks and boiled hot dogs. And I don't know if any of you remember, she used to make junket. Does anybody here remember junket, that pudding? Everybody's like, no, we don't remember that. Anyway, it was horrible. But she dressed the dinner table with fresh flowers and china each night to make it feel special. And she was witty and quick to laugh, and she was so kind. And she knew exactly what to say to me when my world was falling apart. And that's what I miss the most, how I could call her when I was hurt or angry, when I felt like I'd never, lived up to the person that I wanted to be. And just the sound of her voice could make me feel that everything was okay. She never asked me to follow in her footsteps, only she made sure that I could find my own way, and she'd be there rooting for me. And though she left before I was done needing her, I felt her strength. I still feel her strength inside of me. And I see her fire in our daughter, Ashley. And I know that, my mom never stopped cheering me on. And we're all here today because someone believed in us. It was our mothers, our nanas, and teachers and mentors, because someone taught us to be brave. And we are here to be those women for someone else. In big historic ways, becoming, as the Vice President says, those firsts but not lasts. And in small ways too, helping our daughters believe in a world we haven't won yet. Showing our sons that it's their work too. Taking risks even when we might fail, because we know that there is a young girl who needs to see us try. Today, we honor the women who made us and the women we make. We know that there is still far to travel, but we keep moving, guided by the strong hands of the women who came before us, continuing the path that they forged with sweat and pain and, yes, love. So thank you for being here. Thank you for celebrating this moment with us. May you never forget the women who are cheering you on, and may your voice be that ovation for the girls who come next. Thank you.
everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Jen Klein, thank you for the introduction and mostly for the work that you do every day tirelessly as the director of our Gender Policy Council. And to the members of Congress, members of our administration, business leaders, community leaders, and equal pay advocates who are here with us virtually and in person, thank you for your leadership, for your partnership, and for your commitment to action every day. So I'll begin with a simple truth. Our economy just has not been working as it should for the women of our nation. Across industries, women are less likely to be hired than equally qualified men. They are paid less and promoted slower for doing similar work. Women are routinely shut out of good jobs in high-paying industries, such as science and technology, construction and truck driving, in part because our society tells women that some industries are just not for them. And as study after study has shown, women are expected to shoulder an unequal share of unpaid caregiving responsibilities. When families cannot afford or cannot find caregiving, such as childcare, elder care, or home care, it often falls on women to fill the gaps, whether that means going part-time or leaving the workforce entirely, or working full-time at a paid job and full-time performing unpaid caregiving. And over the past 2 years, the pandemic has only deepened these inequities as caregiving has become more expensive and more difficult to find. And here's how it all adds up. Today, on average, working women who are working full-time, year-round, make just 83 cents for every dollar that a man makes. And for many women of color, the gap is even wider. Over a 40-year career, a woman will lose out on about $400,000. For Black women, Latina women, Native American women, that loss in wages is closer to $1 million. And of course, that is money that a woman could use to pay off her student loan debt, or put a down payment on a house, or pay a mortgage, or invest in a small business, or save for retirement. As one must recognize, lower wages mean working women have less money to save today, and lower wages mean they receive lower Social Security benefits in their senior years. For so many women, the gender wage gap acts as a virtual tax, making it so much more difficult to pay the bills and invest in their future. It can also have a negative impact on their productivity, job satisfaction, and retention. And by extension, it can have a negative impact on individual businesses and on our economy as a whole. As the business leaders here today will tell us, closing the gender wage gap, well, it's not just a moral issue, it's also a business one. If we are going to continue to grow our economy and to be competitive and lead the world in the 21st century, we simply cannot afford to leave half of our workforce behind. To build an economy that works for all of us, we must build an economy that works for women. That is one of our administration's central missions, and that has been a central mission of mine for quite some time. In fact, when I served in the United States Senate, I introduced what we named the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights Act to ensure that domestic workers, 90% of whom are women, they are paid fairly and that their rights are protected. And with Senator Patty Murray of Washington and Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, I co-sponsored the Paycheck Fairness Act to make it easier for employees to bring equal pay claims against their employers. And over the past year, our administration has taken important action to address the gender wage gap. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which provided immediate relief to millions of women who were severely impacted by the pandemic. We passed the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which is creating good-paying, good union jobs, including for many women in industries where they are underrepresented, such as transportation, clean energy, and construction. Today, we are taking additional steps to help increase pay equity across our nation. One factor that contributes to pay inequity is the common practice of requiring job applicants to share their salary history. Now think about that. Why does that matter? Well, in effect, it's allowing how much an employee was paid in the past to impact how much they will be paid in the future. So think about that. For many women, this practice can mean that inequitable pay from a previous job will follow them to the current job, and so on and so on. So our administration is committed to eliminating discriminatory pay practices that inhibit the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of the federal government. And that's why today our Office of Personnel Management will begin work to address the use of salary history in the hiring and pay-setting process for federal employees. And today, the President, Joe Biden, will sign an executive order that directs the Federal Acquisition Regulatory Council to consider limiting the use of salary history in employment decisions by federal contractors. In addition, today, our Department of Labor will direct federal contractors to strengthen pay audits. Pay audits help organizations determine whether they are paying all their employees equitably, and if they are not, give them data to help correct that inequity. The President and I firmly believe that all companies should conduct these audits, and where appropriate, should be transparent about the results. By the way, I think it's always appropriate to be transparent about the results, because pay transparency creates accountability. And accountability, well, that drives progress. Our administration cannot bridge the wage gap alone. It will truly take all of us working together. And that is why we are gathered here today at this summit. We can build a more fair, more efficient, and more equitable economy. As I said and truly believe, an economy that works for women and for everyone. That's how it goes. An economy that works for women works for everyone. And so together, we will continue to do this good work. I thank you all the leaders who are here, and let us continue with this important work until we truly reach a place where all workers and all people are treated fairly. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
This is pretty exciting for us. It's a pleasure to welcome so many advocates for working women this Equal Pay Day. Let us salute our hosts. They're two co-chairs of the Democratic Women's Caucus, Congresswoman Jackie Speer of California and Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence of Michigan. And thank you to the Secretary, Mr. Secretary. It's an honor to welcome you to the Capitol, because you are such a devoted champion for working families. And Wendy Chun-Hoon, Director of the Labor Department's Women's Bureau, we'll hear from her. Sarah Jane Glynn, Senior Advisor of the Women's Bureau. These women, these leaders in the Labor Department are so focused on this important issue. And our very VIPs today, I know everybody will understand, with all the respect I have for our guests that I introduced, our VIPs today are Leah Rambo, Training Director of Smart Local 28, and Bethany Foto, an advocate for family values at work. They have the stories of America's working families. And as we know, today marks the day when women's wages catch up to men's income from last year, a gap of 83 cents on the dollar. I said to our friends earlier, before I had to take this call, that can you imagine one of these days young people will look back and say, can you believe there was a time when women did not make the same amount of as men did for the same work? Again, this disparity cost more than $400,000 over a career. Imagine what that means in money for rent, bills, food, groceries, lower credit scores, and costlier loans. And it has a big impact on women's retirement. We hear the Labor Department is releasing a report that found that the pandemic compounded these inequities, especially for mothers and women of color. Last year, the Democratic House proudly took action to help right this wrong by once again passing Chair Rosa DeLauro, whether it's child tax credit or any of these issues, in this case, the Paycheck Fairness Act, which will end paycheck end pay secrecy, you know what that is, and empower women to hold employers accountable for pay discrimination. Well, let's hear from our folks right now. And next, we're going to hear from the distinguished former mayor of the city of Boston, former member of the labor movement. Maybe you still are a member of the labor movement. Still a member of the labor movement. A person who really understands the needs of America's working families, has been a leader on their behalf. We're very honored to have with us the distinguished Secretary of Labor, Secretary Walsh.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's such an honor to be with you today, and Congressman Spear and Lawrence as well, and all of the distinguished speakers here today and everyone here. I was told I have a minute and a half, so I'm going to say 2.5 minutes. The Speaker just addressed this. Equal Pay Day. It is March 15th, 2020. March 15th, 2020. And in this country, we still have inequities when it comes to pay. And when you look at the numbers from white women to black women to Latino women, those numbers even get worse. And as mayor of the city of Boston, we started to address this issue by bringing people to the table, by bringing employers to the table to say we need to address it. I know there's lots of legislation, and I was a state rep before I was the mayor, and I was in the legislature 16 years, and I think I voted probably 6 times on equal pay legislation. When it's not that complicated, then employers should recognize pay women the same as you pay men for the same job. That's the bottom line. And we're going to talk a little bit about benefits here as well today. I want to thank some of the press for being here today, but I wish we had more press here today. Because if we were at this podium for another issue, this room would be packed with cameras and reporters. Because in the media, in some cases, women reporters get paid less than men reporters. So we need to make sure that this issue was once and for all addressed. Women's History Month is an opportunity to learn about and celebrate women who have made impacts on this nation, something that's really important for us to do. Many of the key leaders and women in this room are the people we should be celebrating. I just want to take a moment to thank all the women in this room for all the work you do, particularly in public service, in the private sector as well, to help American people. I have to do this because it's really important. The Women's Bureau at the Department of Labor published a report. It's called Bearing the Cost of How Overrepresentation in Undervalued Roles Hurt Women During the Pandemic. I want to thank our director, Wendy Chung-Hoon, who's here with us today, and her team at the Women's Bureau who's with us today, and everyone in the department who worked on this report who did some amazing work. It's not just about the impact of a pandemic. It's about how low pay and limited opportunities left women vulnerable and continue to leave women vulnerable, especially women of color in this country. These injustice has been created over many decades. This isn't something new, and we can't blame the pandemic for it, because we could have done the report 3 years ago on something else, and the report's going to say the same things. Women continue to be overrepresented in low-paying, low-quality jobs, especially in the care sector. Many lack access to paid leave, protections to take care of their own families. So at the Department of Labor, we continue to fight with women and for women in the workforce. We are identifying the needs and advocating for solutions for women and other vulnerable workers all across this country, so we create an inclusive economy that works for everyone. I'm not going to go too much into this. We need to invest in child care. We need to invest in elder care. Women are disproportionately working in those industries. We need to build pathways for women into good-paying, high-quality jobs dominated by men, like the building trades, which I come out of. Our Good Job initiative is working across sectors in government here to make sure that all the cabinets and all the secretaries are working collectively together. Congress is going to talk today, and they've done some amazing work. We have a Speaker of the House who is leading the way in this country for equality for women in pay in every other way. It's an honor for me to be standing here with the Congressman. President Biden and Vice President Harris are pushing to remove barriers for caregiving and improving the well-being of many women working in the cares economy. I'm excited to be partnering with all of you here today. I want to thank you all for the work you do. I want to give a shout out to Boston. We have an office of everyone laughs when I do that because I do it every single time I speak. But we have a Women's Bureau in Boston too. Women's Office of Women's Advancement. When I became the mayor of Boston, we had what was called the Women's Commission. And we thought to ourselves, well, it's great to have a women's commission, but we need to do more than that. So we started to look about taking commission turn into an office, and we created the Office of Women's Advancement. because that's what it was all about. I want to thank the work in all across this country. I want to thank all of you standing here. Paid leave for all, I completely agree with you. Thank you for wearing the buttons today. And it's an honor for me. I went too far over because the speaker staff's over here sweating right now, get Marty Walsh away from the microphone. So I'm gonna turn the floor over to the next speaker here, who's also been a champion, Democratic Women's Caucus Chair, Congressman Jackie Speier.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for lifting women up around the country and around the world. To my co-chair, to all the women who are here, thrilled to be with you. They call this Equal Pay Day, but I like to call it Unequal Pay Day because that's the message that we are conveying today. You've heard the statistics. The numbers are just dismal. And women are making 83 cents on the dollar. African American women are making 58 cents on the dollar, and Latina women are making 49 cents on the dollar. There was a bot that was created last week that I thought was really interesting. It's called the Gender Pay Gap Bot, and it came out of the UK. And what they found was that for all the lip service we give to equal pay, many other companies are falling woefully below the standards. For instance, in the UK, Goldman Sachs is paying women 36% less than men in those positions. Virgin Atlantic, 58 cents, or 58%, I should say, and Ryanair, 68% less than their male counterparts. We did pass the Paycheck Fairness Act with great, robust energy and support. It is now sitting in the Senate where it has been filibustered. So I really think that more than anything, we have an obligation to right this wrong. And the best way to do it is through the Paycheck Fairness Act. An example, Tracy Rexroth out of the Department of Education in Arizona was hired for the job. Her colleague was hired at the same time. She's making $17,000 less a year because they related it to her prior salary. Prior salary should have anything to do with what you're being paid. So as we look at the rebounding in the economy where men have now regained all of the jobs they lost during the pandemic, there's still 1 million women who are not back at work, and we need to fix that. So I guess the message more than anything is stop with the lip service, stop with the lip gloss during Women's History Month. Let's get to it and get equality on the books. It's now my great pleasure to introduce Leah Rambo, who is the Director of Training at the Sheet Metal Workers Union 28. She's been at this position, or certainly in the sheet metal workers, for 34 years.
That number 34 already always gets me. I feel like I'm too young for that many years, but here I stand. I guess my story today is really how do we change this gap? And I would say you start very, very young. You know, from a young age, I had my first tool set at the age of 10. And that's when I started my career in the trades. And I came from a household where there were no girl jobs and boy jobs. Everyone did dishes. The only rule was my father wasn't doing them. And so it was a natural progression for me to get into the trades. The building trades is a way to equal those wages. It is an excellent opportunity for women. Of course, there are challenges. It hasn't been smooth sailing for the 34 years, but I'm pretty scrappy and got a lot of grit, so we keep pushing things along. And that's why it's such an honor to be here today with such leaders as yourself, who are really helping us, who's shining that light on our journey. I will say that when you start young with girls, don't limit them. Then there's really no telling it what they can do and how they can succeed. But making $50 an hour, $60 an hour, good union wages, of course, doesn't mean anything if you work 0 hours. And so that's the next step. Are women not just getting paid equitably, but are they working those hours? Are they getting those pension credits? And, you know, some of the things that we can do is really monitor that. We have laws on the books, we have goals. Enforcement is a key part. We hope that some of that infrastructure money will go towards things like that through enforcement of these goals, through training to help change the culture so that women, once they come into these occupations that are segregated, then they can be successful there. And so, you know, I guess that's my story today. And what my goal is and what I hope that we can continue to press forward and do is get women to equal our pay, equal our hours, so that we're in a position to be able to feed our families. And I'm going to introduce today someone who I admire greatly. Actually, there's really everyone here I admire greatly. But Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, who's out of the 14th District of Michigan, who currently serves on the co-chair on the Democratic Women's Caucus, and is no stranger to occupational segregation. She was the first African American and first woman to serve as mayor in the city of Southfield in Michigan. So, Congresswoman Lawrence.
I want to say good afternoon to everyone. I'm so proud to stand here with my co-chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus. I want to thank Nancy Pelosi and Secretary Wash for your leadership, especially as we fight for equal pay. I want everyone to remember this is Women's History Month. And I remind people during Black History Month and during Women's History Month, we celebrate those who came before us. We talk about their prowess and how they made a difference. Where we are all on the clock now, it's our turn to make history. And I stand here today under the guidance of the Lady of Freedom that sits on top of this building. She has a sword in one hand and a wreath of peace in the other, meaning that we know how to be kind and diplomatic. But when it comes to our rights, sometimes we have to fight for them. And I can tell you that we absolutely must do that. And if I can bring up my shero, Shirley Chisholm, who said if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Today we're standing here with our folding chair. We are not going to be quiet on this. This is what this country needs to do. And I was told early on in life, if you want to know what someone values, follow the money. And we, as women in this country, we know we add value to our economy, to our communities, to the overall safety of this country. And we demand the respect and to be valued by paying us a wage that is equal. And I will not leave this mic without pointing out the challenges of women of color. You heard the statistics that my co-chair Spears spoke of. Women of color are disproportionately even worse when it comes to equal pay. And we must stand up and be loud about it, be consistent about it. We did our work in Congress because we have an amazing Speaker of the House. But we must ensure that it's not a quiet day today. That Paycheck Fairness Act is a necessity. Because if you do like another shero of mine, Aretha Franklin, is to give me a little respect. It's not acceptable for me to see my sisters in the workplace and getting paid less. And that point about less hours, that's another way to disenfranchise us. So I want you to know, I will talk about this every year, but hopefully next year, I keep hope alive. Next year, we'll be saying, we finally got it right, and let's continue our fight. And I will end with a statement that I know my speaker is going to say again, but when women succeed, America succeeds. And now I would like to bring forth Bethany, who is an equal pay advocate, a care worker, and a member leader of the Family Values at Work.
Thank you, and thank you to all the leaders here today. My name is Bethany Foto. I'm from Massachusetts, and I'm representing the Coalition for Social Justice as well as Family Values at Work. As we speak about Equal Pay Day, I ask myself why I've done the jobs that I have. And those jobs include being a college-educated and state-certified early education teacher, as well as a restaurant employee. Because being educated and certified does not pay the bills. Both are minimum wage, no benefit jobs. I also ask why women are penalized for being caregivers as well as providers, especially during COVID. I am a single mother. I had to work because I was an essential worker, but if one of my children were sick, I could not work, and I couldn't go back to work until there were negative tests, and I think it really brought to the forefront what an unfair position we are put in, especially as mothers, that we have to be everything to everyone, and it's impossible. I'm glad to see that you are issuing a report on the economic impact of COVID and occupational segregation of women. For those of us who cannot perform our work from home during the pandemic, the difficulties of managing care and work and responsibilities were often brutal. As this country was built often on the back of slaves, right now this country is still being kept alive on the back of women, and I really hope that we can someday really not just give a attaboy and a pat on the back to women, but really give us the respect and the pay that we deserve. Now I would like to introduce a personal hero of mine. She is a 20th director of the Women's Bureau appointed by President Biden on February 1st, 2021, and a leader, a mentor, and aspirational Wendy Chunhoon.
Thank you, friend. I am really honored to be with this distinguished group and to mark the unfortunate occasion of Equal Pay Day with the introduction of our new report, which explains how and why women, and especially women of color, were most impacted during the pandemic, a reality owing to in no small part to the fact that women tend to be concentrated in a subset of female-dominated jobs, otherwise known as occupational segregation. Through the pandemic, but really long before it, women have been overrepresented in occupations and industries that pay low wages. In the pandemic, these same occupations suffered the greatest job losses. I don't want to give too many details away that my colleague Sarah Jane is going to mention as she talks about the report as one of its co-authors, but I would be remiss if I didn't underscore the connection to why we're gathered here today, to mark Equal Pay Day, the symbolic recognition of the persistent gender wage gap. Each year, the Women's Bureau and grassroots organizations all across the country mark Equal Pay Day to recognize the fact that it takes the average woman a full year plus several months into this next year to get paid the same amount that the average man gets paid in the previous year. We raise awareness about the gender wage gap and the problem and its intransigence, and advocate for just and a common sense compensation policies and practices so that one day we will succeed in eradicating it. The gender wage gap and the factors that contribute to it, key among them occupational segregation, cost women workers billions of dollars annually. We are so honored to have both you, Leah, and Bethany with us today to bring two very different experiences, but the same reality, and who are fighting every day for change and for winning, and are winning change themselves. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Women's Bureau Senior Advisor Sarah Jane Glynn to discuss the report's main findings and factors that collided during the pandemic to engulf women in this perfect storm and what we can do about it right now.
Hey, y'all. We know when it comes to the pandemic, the unemployment effects were hardest on women, and a lot of that was driven by the experiences of women of color. And this is largely because of the jobs that women hold, like Wendy mentioned. Women are most likely to work in female-dominated occupations as nurses, as teachers, working as administrative assistants, in kitchens, in hotels. Women are 95% of all childcare workers and 2% of all electricians. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about occupational segregation. Women are overrepresented in some jobs and they're underrepresented in others. And this mattered during the pandemic because of the sectors where job losses were concentrated. But it matters all the time. And it's a problem not just because of economic shocks and potential vulnerability, but because it stymies personal potential. It limits innovation and it places artificial constraints on economic growth. So our problem isn't that women have some jobs and not others. Our problem is that the jobs women are concentrated in tend to be low quality jobs. They're more likely to offer low wages, and they're less likely to offer benefits. Like Wendy mentioned, this devaluation of women's labor, and especially the devaluation of the labor of women of color, leads to the gender and racial wage gaps. In our report that's out today, we estimate even before the pandemic increased unemployment for women and women of color, Black women lost $39.3 billion in lower wages only because of occupational and industry segregation. And the losses were even greater for Hispanic women at $46.7 billion. This is a really big problem, and it has a lot of different causes, so that means we need big solutions, and we need to attack the problem from a lot of different directions. But luckily, we have ideas about what we can do. Like Leah mentioned, we need to create pathways for women to enter into non-traditional careers that are more likely to offer higher wages. And like Bethany talked about, we need to raise the floor on wages and benefits for all workers, but especially for those who are working in women-dominated jobs that serve as the backbone for our economy. I think we've seen during the pandemic what happens when the care sector is decimated. We can't let that continue to happen. And we also need to make sure that when we're thinking about the jobs of the future, the jobs that are being created right now, like those through the investments in the bipartisan infrastructure law, that we're baking gender and racial equity into them from the foundation up. We can do this, and the Department of Labor is very committed to making sure this happens. Thank you all so much for being here today, and it's my honor to turn it back over to our host, Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Secretary Walsh, my colleagues Jackie Spear and Brenda Lawrence, our special guest Bethany Foto, and again Leah Rambo, telling their stories right from the workplace. And of course, we were greatly informed by what Wendy Shunhun and Sarah Jane Glenn told us about these figures. A writer once said, the sign of a truly intelligent person is that they're swayed by statistics. These statistics are staggering. They're not only staggering, they're heartbreaking. And again, President Kennedy, many years ago, established the first Equal Pay Day. And President Obama signed the bill, and he signed that bill, and President Obama signed the bill, the Lilly Ledbetter bill. This president, President Biden, is doing so many things, as have been referenced in the infrastructure bill and the rest, to have opportunity for women, whether it's workforce development, whether it's apprenticeships and the rest, but also in other legislation that will say that we have universal pre-K, that we have lower costs for child care, lower costs for health care, home health care, and respecting the work that women do as health care providers. There's a decision. I mean, we are talking about survival for some people. We want them to have success as we go forward, but to do that, we have to be transformational in how we recognize the challenge that we face and pass legislation and establish public policy to make the difference for women. In this Women's History Month, last week, we celebrated Title IX, 50-year anniversary coming up in another month or two, honoring Patsy Mink, who established that. You mentioned Shirley Chisholm, who had so many great things to say about this. And now we have our role to play in all of this. And again, maybe next year, as Congresswoman Lawrence said, maybe next year we will have passed a bill for equal pay for equal work, and this will be a sad remnant of the past. But thank you, Secretary Walsh, for your leadership in this, in every aspect of your personal and professional life, your official role now then as mayor and now as Secretary of Labor. I know that women's issues will be well served by the great team that you have there to face the fact of what these statistics are. and what they mean at the kitchen table of America's working families. And understand, I mean, men have responsibilities at home too. We want them to benefit from childcare and the rest. But lowering the cost of childcare is one of the most important things that we can do to make sure that women can take their comfortable, rightful place in the workforce without worrying about the safety and security of their children. All of these things are connected. We're very, very proud to have, as I say, our special guests, Leah Rambo and Bethany Foto. Thank you so much for honoring us with your presence. And I like your shirt. I like your shirt. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Good afternoon. The Secretary General will preview tomorrow's extraordinary meeting of NATO defense ministers, and then we'll have time for your questions. Secretary General.
Good afternoon. NATO defense ministers will meet tomorrow at the defining moment for our security. President Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine is causing death and destruction every day. It has shocked the world and shaken the international order. For months, we have exposed Russia's long list of lies. They claimed they did not plan to invade Ukraine, but they did. They claimed they were withdrawing their troops, but they sent in even more. They claim to be protecting civilians, but they are killing civilians. Now, they are making absurd claims about biological labs and chemical weapons in Ukraine. This is just another lie, and we are concerned that Moscow could stage a false flag operation, possibly including chemical weapons. The Ukrainian people are fighting bravely, defending their homes and their future, and we must support them. Tomorrow we will be joined by the Ukrainian Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov and our other partners Georgia, Finland, Sweden and the European Union. The whole world has condemned this senseless war. NATO allies, the European Union and other countries have introduced unprecedented sanctions on Russia. For many years, NATO allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops. Many of them are now fighting on the front lines. Allies have also provided significant quantities of critical equipment, including anti-tank and air defense weapons, drones, ammunition and fuel. This training and equipment is helping Ukraine to defend itself. Ukraine has a fundamental right to self-defense enshrined in the UN Charter, and NATO allies and partners will continue to help Ukraine uphold that right by providing military equipment and financial and humanitarian assistance. NATO's core task is to protect and defend all allies. We have responded to this crisis quickly, activating our defense plans, raising our readiness, and deploying the NATO response force for the first time for collective defense. There are now hundreds of thousands of forces on heightened alert across the alliance. 100,000 US troops in Europe, and around 40,000 troops under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance. Backed by major air and naval power, as well as air defenses. The US is currently deploying Patriot batteries to Poland, and Germany and the Netherlands are also deploying Patriots to Slovakia. All of this sends an unmistakable message. An attack on one ally will be met with a decisive response from the whole alliance. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and its military integration in Belarus creates a new security reality on the European continent. So we need to reset NATO's military posture for this new reality. Tomorrow, ministers will start an important discussion on concrete measures to reinforce our security for the longer term in all domains. On land, this could include substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance, at higher readiness and with more pre-positioned equipment. We will also consider major increases to our air and naval deployments, strengthening our integrated air and missile defense, reinforcing our cyber defenses, and holding more and larger exercises. I expect we will task NATO's military commanders to develop options for our Madrid summit in June. Major reinforcements of our defense will require major increases in investment. I welcome that Germany and other allies have already announced they are stepping up, and I encourage all allies to spend a minimum of 2% of GDP on defense. We must do more, so we must also invest more to protect peace and freedom and uphold our values at this critical time. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, we'll start with CNN.
Thank you. I'm wondering whether you can say whether the NATO alliance has seen evidence that China has been providing Russia with any kind of assistance that would help it on the battlefield, whether that's military equipment or MREs, food for troops, anything of that kind. And also with regard to the situation that we saw earlier this week with Russia targeting a military base very close to Poland's border, I'm wondering what you can say about the kind of red lines and whether there would be any kind of consequences if a missile, for example, were accidentally to enter NATO territory or on purpose. Thank you.
So NATO's core responsibility, our main responsibility, is to protect and defend all NATO allies, 1 billion people in 30 different countries, and to ensure that we also do that now in a more dangerous security situation in Europe caused by the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. we have increased the presence in the eastern part of the alliance, we have increased the readiness of our troops, and we are deploying more capabilities, especially to the eastern part of the alliance. So an attack on one ally will trigger the response from the whole alliance, and we are there to protect and defend every inch of NATO allied territory. When we see more military activities, when we see actually fighting going on close to NATO borders, there is always a risk for incidents and accidents. And therefore we have to make every effort to prevent such incidents and accidents, and if they happen, to make sure that they don't spiral out of control and create really dangerous situations. We are very closely monitoring the airspace and the border areas around NATO, and our military commanders also have the lines to their Russian commanders to help to prevent incidents and accidents, and also prevent them from spiraling out of control if they happen. On China, so China should join the rest of the world, condemning strongly the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And any support to Russia, military support, any other type of support, will actually help Russia conduct a brutal war against an independent sovereign nation, Ukraine, and help them to continue to wage war which is causing death, suffering, and an enormous amount of destruction. China has an obligation as a member of the UN Security Council to actually support and uphold international law, and the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. So we call on Russia to clearly condemn the invasion and, of course, not support Russia, and we are closely monitoring any signs of support from China to Russia.
We'll go to the National News Agency of Ukraine, over there.
Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. Secretary General, NATO have a glorious story of supporting some countries and preventing bloodshed, for example, like it happened in Sarajevo, in Kosovo, and so on. What is the threshold for NATO when the Russian killings will overcome that threshold to NATO for direct involvement? And the short follow-up because of that, if you follow the Russian rhetorics, they are not going to stop purely in Ukraine. So that the question is, isn't it the right time for NATO to intervene, to defeat and to block the Putin's military machine while it's stick in Ukraine, while waiting when the Russian bombs will be falling to the European capitals? Thank you.
NATO allies have supported Ukraine for many years, and especially since Russia invaded Ukraine for the first time back in 2014. And NATO allies like the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada have also helped to train tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces, special operation forces and other troops. And they are now bravely fighting and resisting the invading Russian forces. And I think this support over many years have proven extremely important in strengthening the Ukrainian armed forces, and the Ukrainian armed forces are much bigger, much stronger, much better equipped, much better trained now than in 2014, and I'm glad that NATO allies have helped to achieve that with the training and with the equipment. Then, of course, it's first and foremost the courage of the Ukrainian armed forces and the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian political leadership that has actually enabled them to fight back, to slow down, to resist the brutal invasion conducted by the Russian Federation and which is the responsibility of President Putin. And it is President Putin who is responsible for this war. He can end this war now, withdraw all his troops now, and then engage in good faith in a political effort to find a diplomatic solution. So we are calling on President Putin to do exactly that. Then NATO's Ukraine is a highly valued partner, which we have supported and continue to support, and allies are also stepping up support, partly with military equipment, partly with financial support, humanitarian support, but also by imposing the sanctions, which is forcing, which is actually crippling Russian economy. Our responsibility as an alliance is to protect and defend all allies, and we are sending a clear message that we are ready to do so by increasing the presence in the eastern part of the alliance. But again, it is Russia and President Putin that are responsible for the invasion of Ukraine, and President Putin should end this senseless war by withdrawing its forces from Ukraine.
Okay, Politico.
Thank you. I'm Lily from Politico. Why do the U.S. and NATO insist that fighter jets won't be helpful for Ukraine when the Ukrainians themselves say otherwise? Shouldn't it be up to the Ukrainian authorities to say what would be helpful for them? Thank you.
NATO allies are providing many different types of equipment, including advanced air defense systems, which have actually helped the Ukrainians to shoot down Russian planes, Russian missiles, and the allies continue to provide support also when it comes to different types of air defense systems. But I will not go into the details of every type of supply, every type of support, exactly how and where, because I think that will just make it harder and more difficult to continue to provide this type of support. NATO allies are stepping up and providing also advanced air defense systems.
Wall Street Journal.
Thank you. Dan Michaels, Wall Street Journal. To follow up on the earlier question, there have apparently been UAV incursions into NATO airspace. Apparently one Russian drone entered and left Polish airspace, and another one crashed in NATO territory. How do you determine when something like that is an act of aggression or an act that warrants response? And you were talking earlier about escalation. How do you ensure that something like that is handled in a way that is appropriate and doesn't get out of control? Thank you.
Well, I cannot confirm the latest incidents you are referring to, but in general I can say that we are stepping up our vigilance, our presence, the way we monitor our airspace, and including by deploying new Patriot batteries to the eastern part of the alliance. And by doing that, and also through our AWACS surveillance planes and increased air policing, air patrolling, we are both increasing the capabilities we have to monitor, to track, but also to ensure that we are able to react if needed. NATO's integrated air and missile defense tracked the flight path of an object which entered Romanian airspace on Sunday. In response, Romanian fighter aircraft scrambled immediately to investigate, and the Romanian authorities and NATO are reviewing this incident, as we're also reviewing the incident that ended with the crash of a drone in Croatia. The indications we have so far on the drone that crashed in Croatia outside Zagreb is that that was not an armed attack, not an armed drone, but it just highlights that with more military activities in the air, with drones, with planes, there is a risk for incidents, accidents, and therefore we need to be extremely vigilant. We need to react when needed, and we need to make sure that we have the communications, the line of communications also with the Russians, to prevent incidents from really creating dangerous situations. So that's the reason why we are increasing the presence and also the surveillance and monitoring of the airspace over NATO.
Bloomberg, lady in blue, just behind. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg. I just wanted to follow up on what you said in your introduction about the risk of false flag event and Russia maybe using chemical weapons. How would NATO respond in such a scenario? Is this a red line for potential NATO intervention? Thank you.
Any use of chemical weapons will be a violation of international law, will be a violation of the ban that, or the treaty that bans chemical weapons, and Russia has signed to that convention. We call on Russia not to use chemical weapons. We call on Russia to withdraw all its forces and to stop the fighting, but in particular not to use any chemical weapons. Russia has used chemical agents before to attack and actually kill political opponents. We have also seen that Russia has supported the Assad regime in Syria and helped to facilitate the use of chemical weapons several times in Syria. And any use of chemical weapons is absolutely unacceptable, and therefore it is also extremely important that Russia understands that it is unacceptable if they consider any use of chemical weapons, and we are also very vigilant about the possibility of them trying to stage some kind of pretext false flag operation to provide an excuse for any type of use of chemical weapons.
Okay, we'll go to NPR, Deutsche Welle, lady in pink.
Thank you very much. Just somewhat of a follow-up on Natalia's question. She was asking whether what NATO would do and whether this changes your red lines. So as you say that you are looking at NATO's military posture again, is this something that you would consider changing? You have said that this would be a war crime, and we know that simply warning Russia against doing something is not enough of a deterrent to stop it. So if NATO knows, or if NATO sees that a chemical attack could take place and you say that's a war crime, would NATO consider changing the fact that it would not intervene in case of such a threat? Thank you.
Our main responsibility is to protect and defend all NATO allies. It is important that Russia understands that we are there to do exactly that. We have conveyed a very clear message to Russia about that we also see when they try to stage pretexts for the use of chemical weapons. We have seen that they throughout this crisis, have tried to create different kinds of false flag operations to try to provide excuses for the use of force. We saw that in the lead-up to the intervention, and now we have seen them accusing Ukraine and also NATO allies producing, developing chemical weapons. And that's an absolute lie, and therefore it also makes us a bit concerned about the possibility that they are actually planning to do that. The President of the United States and other allies also made it very clear that if they use chemical weapons, there will be a high price to pay. But I will not speculate about any military response from the NATO side, except for saying very clearly that NATO's main responsibility is to make sure that we defend and protect all allies.
DPA, gentleman in white, just behind, yeah. No, just, no, okay. Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung.
Thomas Kutschka, Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung. Secretary General, after the demise of the INF Treaty, it's been NATO's position that the Russian deployment of SSC-8 will not be reciprocated by the deployment of medium or intermediate nuclear-capable missile systems. In the light of the Russian aggression against Ukraine and President Putin's threats, nuclear threats to NATO, in your view, does this stance need to be reviewed?
The demise of the INF Treaty was a serious setback for international arms control, because the INF Treaty, agreed in 1987, banned all intermediate range weapon systems. Then over the last years, over actually several years, we have seen that Russia has deployed a new missile which violates this treaty, and then that led to the demise of the treaty a few years ago. We have stated from the NATO, and Russia has deployed these weapons over now several years, the SSC-8. We have made it clear that we will not mirror what Russia does. So we have no plans to deploy nuclear-capable intermediate-range land-based systems in Europe. At the same time, we need to be able to make sure that we are able to respond and protect all allies, also in a new security environment where Russia has deployed more nuclear-capable missiles. And therefore, we have to do many things at the same time. We need to strengthen our air and missile defense. We are doing that. We need to invest more in advanced conventional capabilities, including fifth-generation aircraft. And I welcome the German decision to invest in fifth-generation aircraft. We need also to increase the readiness and our ability to monitor, detect, and of course we also need to make sure that NATO's nuclear deterrent remain safe and secure and effective. And that's exactly what we're doing when we are now making sure that we exercise and ensure the effectiveness of our nuclear deterrent.
Okay, we have Associated Press.
Hi, Mark from Associated Press. Mr. Secretary General, what do you know about the 3 European leaders visiting Ukraine today?
NATO allies and the European leaders have had extensive contacts with Ukraine and the political leadership in Ukraine, including with President Zelenskyy throughout the whole crisis, and also to lead up to the crisis. I think it's important that leaders of NATO countries, of European member states, are engaging closely with President Zelenskyy. We will have the defense minister of Ukraine attending the NATO defense ministerial tomorrow by video link, and therefore I think it's important that we, at all levels, in different formats, engage and meet with the Ukrainian political leadership.
Interfax.
Thank you. Interfax Ukraine, Irina Sommer. This morning, some mass media spread information about possible extraordinary summit, NATO summit. next week. Can you please confirm this? And second technical question. According to my information, it took for NATO bureaucracy 1.5 weeks to implement Ukrainian request for fuel. Can you please comment on this too? Thank you.
Well, NATO allies are providing and have provided a lot of different types of support to Ukraine. Some of this is channeled through the NATO framework, some are provided bilaterally, and for us it is important that we provide support on short notice and that we provide critical support which Ukraine needs. So overall I think the message is that over many years, leading up to invasion, but also after invasion, allies have been very quick in stepping up and providing support. And again, I'm a bit reluctant to go into all the details about exactly how and where and when, but the overall picture is that allies are providing significant support, and they have done so on short notice, and that's different types of weapons, but also that includes fuel. Well, NATO allies have consulted and coordinated closely over several weeks, both in the lead up to the invasion, but also after the invasion. We had a virtual summit just one day after, and we have had different ministerial meetings, also extraordinary ministerial meetings, and we will have an extraordinary defense ministerial meeting tomorrow. Then we are able to convene also a NATO summit with all the NATO leaders on short notice, but I cannot go into more details about that now.
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions online. We'll go to jutarnji list, Augustin Pajokai.
Yes, thank you, Anna. Secretary General, I have a question which many people in Croatia are asking. How is it possible that a drone of 6 tons heavy enters NATO airspace and flies for around an hour and crashed in the capital of a NATO member state while you are so vigilant in defending NATO sky? And do you know something more, whether it really was a drone without a weapon or something? Because the Prime Minister and Minister of Defense said that there was an explosive device in this flying object that crashed in Zagreb. Thank you.
Well, I spoke with Prime Minister Plenković on Sunday, and we are working together to establish all the facts, but the preliminary indications and information we have is that this was an unarmed drone, and that the drone was off course, and that it ran out of fuel and crashed outside Zagreb, or crashed in Croatia. But we will have more confirmed facts soon, but that's the information we have so far. I think also it is important to realize that allies are exchanging information, and that this drone was tracked by the NATO's integrated air and missile defense tracked the flight of the drone that later crashed in Zagreb. But again, we will make sure that the different allies that were involved share all the information, and then we can establish all the facts about what this happened. I think, if anything, it demonstrates the need to further strengthen integration, further strengthen information sharing among allies, and also to invest more and upgrade everything from radars to our presence of air and missile defense systems, and that's exactly what we do also by deploying more Patriots in the eastern part of the alliance.
Okay, we'll go to Robert Lupitu, Calea Europeană.
Thank you very much for taking my question. Mr. Secretary General, I want to ask you whether there will be a speed-up process for this establishment of the NATO battle group in Romania, and also, since you mentioned about a reset in NATO's defense posture after Russia's invasion into Ukraine, do you think that this reset will also mean a unitary approach, both for the northern part of the eastern flank and both for the southern part of the eastern flank. We will see the same level of troops and defense commitment in the Baltics, in Poland, and also in Romania and Bulgaria. Thank you very much.
So we have already increased significantly our presence in the eastern part of the alliance, also in the Black Sea region, with more troops. I went to Romania a couple of weeks ago, and I met with US forces, German forces, and other forces there who have actually increased their presence. And now the lead elements of the NATO response force have been deployed to Romania, French troops. And this demonstrates that there is already a significant increased military presence in the eastern part of the alliance. We speak about 40,000 forces on high readiness and the direct NATO command. Then we have the national forces. We have also bilateral arrangements. So in total, this is a quite significant presence both in Romania and the southeast of the alliance, but also in the Baltic region. This is our immediate response. And as I said, the battle groups is under establishment with the French-led VJTF element. Then what we will discuss at the Defense Ministerial meeting is not only the immediate response and the need for support to Ukraine, but we will also look at the need to reset our presence, our deterrence and defense posture in light of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the integration of Russian and Belarusian forces. That will take some more time, because I think we need to assess the different options. We need advice from our military commanders, and I expect that the ministers, when they meet tomorrow, will agree will agree to ask our military commanders to provide advice for a more longer-term adaptation. So I think it's important to distinguish clearly about the immediate response, already tens of thousands of more troops, air power and naval power, and then the more long-term adjustment of our posture. There will take some more time before we take final decisions. I expect that to be made at
gens courageux et exceptionnels. President Zelenskyy, on behalf of parliamentarians and on behalf of all Canadians, it is an honor to welcome you to our House. Mr. President, Volodymyr, you are a friend. Canadians and Ukrainians are friends. and they have been for a long time. Our people share deep historical ties. In the early 20th century, a massive wave of Ukrainian immigrants came to Canada. Many of them settled in the Canadian prairies. They worked the land. They built churches distinguished by their beautiful spires, and they helped shape Canada in significant ways. Notre pays compte aujourd'hui 1,4 million de Canadiens d'origine ukrainienne, ce qui constitue la deuxième plus grande diaspora ukrainienne au monde. Que ce soit en tant qu'agriculteurs, scientifiques, leaders communautaires, athlètes ou travailleurs de première ligne, les Canadiens d'origine ukrainienne continuent d'apporter une immense contribution à notre pays. Mais l'amitié entre le Canada et l'Ukraine ne repose pas seulement sur cette histoire commune, elle repose aussi sur nos valeurs communes. Volodymyr, in the years I've known you, I've always thought of you as a champion for democracy. And now, democracies around the world are lucky to have you as our champion. Hear, hear. Your courage and the courage of your people inspires us all. You're defending the right of Ukrainians to choose their own future. And in doing so, you're defending the values that form the pillars of all free, democratic countries. Freedom, human rights, justice, truth, international order. These are the values you're risking your life for as you fight for Ukraine and Ukrainians. Beyond that, you're inspiring democracies and democratic leaders around the world to be more courageous, more united, and to fight harder for what we believe in. You remind us that friends are always stronger together. With allies and partners, we're imposing crippling sanctions to make sure Putin and his enablers in Russia and Belarus are held accountable. Today, in line with our European Union partners, I can announce that we have imposed severe sanctions on 15 new Russian officials, including government and military elites who are complicit in this illegal war. Le Canada va continuer de soutenir l'Ukraine en lui fournissant de l'équipement militaire ainsi que de l'aide financière et humanitaire. Et on va être là pour aider à rebâtir une fois que l'agresseur sera repoussé. In Canada, we like to root for the underdog. We believe that when a cause is just and right, it will always prevail, no matter the size of the opponent. This doesn't mean it'll be easy. Ukrainians are already paying incalculable human costs. This illegal and unnecessary war is a grave mistake, and Putin must stop it now. Le mépris flagrant de Vladimir Poutine pour la vie humaine est absolument inacceptable. Le Canada continue d'exiger que la Russie cesse de cibler les civils et mette fin à cette guerre injustifiable. Ukrainians are standing up to authoritarianism. And as parliamentarians united in this House today and all all Canadians, we stand with you. As friends, you can count on our unwavering and steadfast support. And now, it is my great privilege to introduce to you all the President of Ukraine, our friend, Volodymyr Zelenskyy.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Панове спікери, пане прем'єр-міністре, дорогі Джастіне, члени уряду, члени парламенту, присутні гості, дорогі друзі. Перш ніж почати, я хочу, щоб ви зрозуміли мої відчуття українців. Наскільки це можливо. Відчуття протягом цих 20 днів. 20 днів повномасштабного вторгнення Російської Федерації після 8 років війни на Донбасі. Просто уявіть. Уявіть, що о 4 ранку ви, кожен з вас, чуєте вибухи, страшні вибухи. Джастіне, уяви, що ти їх чуєш, і чують твої діти, і чують ракетні удари по аеропорту. Просто уяви, аеропорту Оттави, по десяткам інших місць по всій території вашої прекрасної країни, території Канади, крилаті ракети ще до світанку. І твої діти обіймають тебе і запитують, що сталося, батько? А ти вже отримуєш перші звіти про те, які об'єкти розбиті в твоїй державі, розбиті ракетами Російської Федерації. І ти знаєш, скільки і де вже загинули люди. Уявіть, що ви шукаєте слова, щоб пояснити це дітям, пояснити їм, що почалася повномасштабна війна. Війна, про яку ви знаєте, що вона на знищення вашої держави, про яку ви знаєте, що вона на підкорення вашого народу. Другий день, і ви отримуєте повідомлення про колони бронетехніки, тисячі, які заходять на вашу землю. Спочатку заходять маленькі міста, містечка, потім більші. Вони хочуть їх усі заблокувати і блокують. Вони підходять до Едмонтону, уявіть собі, і б'ють артилерію просто по житловим кварталам, просто по людям, по живим людям. Палюють школи, підривають дитячі садочки. Як і у нас, в наших містах, в Сумо, як в нашій Охтирці. Вони блокують Ванкувер і тривають в облозі сотні тисяч людей. Просто уявіть на секунду, які залишаються в цьому місці, як в нашому Маріуполі. І вже другий тиждень під обстрілами, без електрики повністю, без зв'язку. Без всього, майже без їжі, точно без води, у підвалах. Джастіне, шановні присутні, панове, уявіть, що значить кожного дня чути доповідь про загиблих дітей. Так, ви президент або керівник уряду, але ви просто про це чуєте, про загиблих дітей. І загиблих стає все більше і більше. 97 убитих дітей на сьогоднішній ранок. Знаменита CN Tower у Торонто. Скільки російських ракет вистрілить, щоб її зруйнувати? Повірте, я всім вам цього не бажаю, але ми щодня передбачаємо, скільки ще ракет можуть ударити по нашим телевежам. А вони б'ють по них одна за одною. Наша площа Свободи у Харкові. Ваша Черчилль Сквер в Едмонтоні. Уявіть, російські ракети, які б'ють в її серце. Наш Бабин Яр – місце поховання жертв Голокосту. Росіяни не зупинялись перед бомбардуванням навіть цієї землі. А що з національним монументом Голокосту в Оттаві? Чим витримає він? Удар 3 чи 5 ракет. Так було у нас. Авіабомби. Ще хвилину назад там були живі люди. Там була сім'я. Сім'я, яка прийшла просто туди. Вони були живі, а тепер, ви розумієте, і ніч. А потім страшна ніч. І так кожного з цих 20, коли російські військові стріляють з танків по житловим масивам. Танки по Запорізькій атомній станції, прямою наводкою, коли там почалася пожежа. Чи можете ви уявити таке з вашою станцією Брюстейшн в Онтаріо? І що б ви відчули, якби побачили, як ваш прапор в кожному місці, де вони проходять, як ваш прапор у Монреалі знімають, щоб викинути і замінити російським. Я знаю, що ви підтримуєте Україну, я це знаю. Щиро, дієво, і ми з Джастином друзі, але я хочу, щоб ви зрозуміли мене, і ви це відчули. Відчували те, що і ми. Відчували, як ми хочемо жити, і як ми хочемо перемогти заради життя. Я хочу, щоб ви відчули, що це таке, коли телефонуєш друзям і кажеш, закрийте небо, зупиніть. Важливо, яким варіантом. Просто зробіть це. Зупиніть бомбардування. Скільки ще має впасти ракет в наші міста? У відповідь ти чуєш, що хтось цього не хоче робити, адже дуже занепокоєні. Але ж дайте тоді нам літаки, говоримо ми нашим партнерам, а у відповідь ось, вже скоро, трішки спокійні. Хочуть, а хто шукає причини? Головне, кажуть про ескалацію, хоча куди вже більше. Кажуть, що Україна зараз не в НАТО, хоча двері відкриті, але для кого ці двері? І куди вони ведуть? Якщо нам відповідають, що нас не візьмуть, війна завжди проявляє усе, на що здатні люди, хто сильний, хто слабкий, хто мудрий, а хто не бачить очевидного, хто чесний, хто лицемір. І ми все це бачили, і ми все це зрозуміли за 20 днів і 8 років. Я впевнений, що і ви все побачили. Панове спікери, пане прем'єр-міністре, члени уряду, члени парламенту, дорогі друзі. Канада завжди була, є, і я впевнений, буде нашим надійним партнером нашої землі, нашого народу, України, кожної нашої сім'ї. Ви прийшли нам допомогу одразу, коли ми цього попросили. Ви надаєте нам зброю, іншу підтримку, якою ми потребуємо зараз. Ви ввели санкції проти Росії дійсно моральні, дійсно серйозні. Проте ми ж бачимо з вами, що війна, на жаль, продовжується, що російські війська не виходять з нашої землі. Ви бачите, що наші міста, і Харків, Маріуполь, і багато інших не захищені так само, як і ваш Едмонтон, Ванкувер, що Київ зазнає ракетних ударів, як Чернігів, Житомир, Івано-Франківськ та ще десятки наших українських міст. Ще вчора дуже мирних, спокійних міст. Це означає, що потрібно робити більше і значно для миру, для того, щоб зупинити Росію. Нам всім треба більше робити, щоб захистити Україну і захистити Європу від цього тотального зла, яке знищує все: меморіали, церкви, школи, лікарні, житлові квартали і всі наші підприємства. Вони вбили 97 дітей. Ми не просимо багато, ми просимо справедливості, ми просимо реальної підтримки, яка допоможе нам вистояти і захистити наше життя, життя всього світу. Канада вже проявляє необхідне лідерство, вже робить перше те, до чого згодом приходять інші країни, але ми потребуємо більше вашого лідерства і просимо вас більше участі саме від вас. Джастине, усі друзі нашої країни, України, усі друзі правди. Ви розумієте, наскільки важливо для нас захистити наше небо від цих ракет і від російських літаків. Ви можете на це вплинути, мені так здається. Ви здатні змусити ще більше компаній піти геть з російського ринку. Що б там не було, жодного долара на війну. Якщо вони залишаються в Росії, спонсорують війну, то вони не мають права працювати в Канаді. Хай буде так. І це дасть нам мир. Ви знаєте, мабуть, краще, ніж багато хто у світі, що цей напад Росії – це намагання знищити нас, знищити український народ. І ніщо інше. І це головна мета їх. Це війна проти народу. Саме проти нашого народу. Це війна, щоб зруйнувати усе, що робить українців українцями. Проти нашого майбутнього, проти нашого характеру, проти нашої волі, усього того, що ви, канадійці, дуже добре знаєте, дуже добре відчуваєте, тому я прошу вас, не зупиняйтесь. Не зупиняйтесь у допомозі Україні, у лідерстві та у намаганнях повернути мир на нашу мирну землю. І я вірю, я знаю, що вам це під силу, що з Канадою наша антивоєнна коаліція, яку ми зміцнюємо, точно дасть результат. Я хочу окремо звернутися до нашої української діаспори, дуже великої, до усіх українців Канади. Саме в цей історичний момент ми потребуємо вашої дієвої допомоги, а ви повинні своїми кроками довести, що ви є частиною історії України, живої історії України. Запам'ятайте, будь ласка, це живої, бо ми хочемо жити і прагнемо миру. Я вдячний вам за підтримку, кожному з присутніх в цій залі, парламенту, кожному громадянину Канади. Я вдячний тобі, Джастін. Я вдячний від імені усього українського народу. Я впевнений, ми разом, але тільки разом всіх переможемо, всіх ворогів. Слава Україні! Дякую Канаді!
Thank you, Mr. President. I now invite the Honourable George Fury, Speaker of the Senate, to say a few words.
President.
In Europe for 80 years, and you know what I mean. We're seeing the bombardment of innocent civilians from the air, ruthless, systematic use of artillery against centres of population. And our hearts, I think the hearts of the whole world, go out to the people of Ukraine in their appalling suffering. And we are, of course, doing a huge amount to help economically, politically, in terms of support for the hard-pressed Ukrainian defense forces. We're doing everything that we can at the moment to help, but I think we also recognize that we have to do more, and we're going to do more on all of those things. Nobody wants to be engaged in a direct military confrontation between the West and Russia. Clearly that's not something that any of us want to see. But we recognize that it is our duty to support the Ukrainian people in their hour of need, and particularly to support the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, who I think everybody will agree, and he's just appeared on our screens, and I hope he will talk to us in a moment. I think everybody will agree that his leadership has been inspirational and heroic, and he has spoken to the world, and he has mobilized world opinion against the brutality of Vladimir Putin. So we will hear from Volodymyr in a moment, but I think already it is clear that Putin has gravely miscalculated. He's underestimated the heroism and determination of the Ukrainians to resist under President Zelenskyy. I think he's also gravely underestimated the unity of the West, which is expressed not least in this meeting today. And I believe that he will fail, and that he must fail, and above all, that he must be seen to fail, and that together we help Volodymyr in his vision to protect and preserve a sovereign and independent Ukraine. That is our mission. Anyway, I think really without further ado, colleagues, we should hear from the President of Ukraine. Volodymyr, it's great to see you. I don't know whether you can hear us. Can you, Volodymyr, can you hear us?
Yes, I do. Can you hear the interpretation? Do you have the interpretation?
We can hear the interpretation well, thank you. How are you doing?
Great, thank you very much. Yep, I'm doing well. Strong enough, and thank you for the kind words that you said, Boris, and it goes not only to me but also to our nation, to our army. They're doing a great job. Thank you for this invitation. I would like to say a couple of things. You do know, Boris, that I'm a very open and sincere person, and I apologize sometimes for being rigid in my words, but this is our life. This is because of such attributes of our nation. We can be so strong against the full-fledged Russian aggression. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having this opportunity to speak and for you coming together. 8 years of war of Russia against Ukraine. This is the 20th day of the full-fledged invasion that doesn't need any additional detail. On the daily basis we have same news about shelling, about cruise missiles, about destroyed houses and thousands of people left without shelter. You understand 100% the level of threat that we're dealing with today. You understand what we are defending from. I can't say from whom we are defending ourselves, because I don't even consider them human beings. They're like beasts. And I'm grateful for the support that Ukraine is getting at these times. Our people will always remember who have come to help us during these most difficult times. I would like to present my vision today on how we could stop the aggression, how we can stop that war, how can we reach the peace and to Europe and provide guarantees to the world and to the humanity. In the place of the old security instruments, I think Russian invasion has destroyed all the security infrastructure and international infrastructure. The way of the organization that we all relied on and international conventions were undermined, and the strongest alliance in the world, NATO, which seems, or some of the members of these alliance are hypnotized by Russian aggression. We hear a lot of conversations about the Third World War, that allegedly it could start if NATO will close the Ukrainian sky for Russian missiles and planes, and therefore the humanitarian no-fly zone was not yet established. That allows Russian army to bombard peaceful cities and blow up housing blocks and hospitals and schools. 4 multi-storied buildings in Kyiv in the early morning were bombarded, dozens of dead. So they're shelling the schools and universities. Of course, Ukraine is not the NATO member. We understand that. We are quite adequate regarding our understanding. We have heard for many years about the open doors, but we also heard that we can't enter those doors, and this is truth, and we have simply to accept it as it is. And I'm glad that our people already have come to that understanding. We count on ourselves and on the partners who are helping us bilaterally. The Ukraine is not counting on triggering Article 5, and we keep reminding that we need to protect our sky just like the NATO sky. But we understand there are always these buts. So what would be the response of the alliance in the West when these countries will come and ask for support and defense if, God forbid, Russian cruise missiles and jet fighters will attack them 20 kilometers from the border in Lviv Oblast? Was already cruise missiles of Russia. Russian drones were already hit down on the NATO territories. I think that the NATO alliance will not be afraid to trigger Article 5. There will not be this self-imposed hypnosis regarding a third world war. We have proposed a way of allowing Ukraine to protect our skies and our people, to protect it on our own. We understand that we're not part of the alliance. We're talking about protecting ourselves single-handedly, and I want everyone to hear this, and especially those countries who have borders on Russia should think about their independent defense capabilities. We're doing our best to get the jet fighters and the missile defense system. So we need some new format. If we cannot enter the open doors, then we have to cooperate with platforms and unions that allow us to do so. The ones that will help us protect ourselves, for example, with your platform. And we would like to also have individual guarantees. We want to have a reliable guarantees that would work for us and therefore for you. Russian propagandists, they keep repeating that the Ukraine war is only the beginning, and the Kremlin people are saying this. They're saying there will be other moments, as they say, they're fear-mongering and saying there are other European countries will come. They're saying this now, and they're mentioning many of you, those who are listening to me right now. They are saying this after the sanctions have already been imposed, when the world shows solidarity in condemning Russian aggression. So sanctions are not enough, although we're very grateful for that. So the aggressive plans of Russia has not yet collapsed, and it is understandable why, because the world is silent after 2 nuclear power plants were captured. We're just hearing words, and that's not enough. They've shelled the biggest NPP in Europe. They've put under jeopardy Chernobyl nuclear power plant. They have the storage for the disposed nuclear fuel as well, and that's very dangerous. And what was the response? We think none. Many international companies have not yet withdrawn from the Russian market, although severe sanctions were introduced, and you know these brand names very well. We know more about this because we have war here going on the daily basis, and we keep track of this, and we keep track of how this works, because it's important how powerful sanctions that were introduced by you and other countries, how they work in reality. Some countries said that they would leave, but in fact they're only waiting for this to finish, and how this will finish and when they will be able to come back to the Russian market. They don't care about 97 kids. 97 kids were killed so far, and the Nestle continues to trade. They don't count how many cities were destroyed by the ultra-elite. Philip Morris continues to make money in Russia. They don't care about more than 800 missiles. This is officially that hit Ukrainian target. Raiffeisen Bank and other banks are wiring money, which are all covered with blood. And those who have left Russian markets, there are some companies amongst them who are not even firing anyone. We have those numbers. They don't lay off their staff. They just pretend to be observing the sanctions. And what that speaks to, this is a delusion. This is a deceit in a way. The same like with the closed sky, because it's difficult to say who can help us with this, and I don't see and I don't hear where that can come from. So we don't have any mechanism of impacting, influencing those corporations. So they ignore what the International Committee has decided. We can't do anything, and this is at the time of the most horrific war since World War II, and this has to be done now before Russia advanced further on. The sanction policy should be such that no one could even think about any advance of the war, and that's not even about Russia, it's about future. What else can happen? There has to be prohibition for the Russian Navy to use the naval ports of the world. We have to disconnect the Russian banks from SWIFT completely. We have to acknowledge Russia as a rough state, and there has to be a trade embargo with Russia. This is something that we need, and something that you need as well, just like the rest of the world, to make sure that there is peace in Europe and Ukraine. I'm grateful to Great Britain and personally to Prime Minister Boris Johnson